All right, perfect. So Brian, have you seen our YouTube? Have you seen our YouTube thing? We got like we're on almost 400 videos up.
No, nobody tells me this stuff. So, here's the thing. Like, I officially am applying to be a part of this group because like the blog is incredible.
Yep.
The picture where you had it, where you said Brian explains where we went wrong and how we ruined everything, just cracked me up. It was just hilarious. So yeah, I want to play. I want to play ball with you guys.
All right, you're in.
So I have a question. Why do we refer Brian as Brian with a Y when he's the only Brian in the group?
That was because of the Starbucks cup. I showed y'all the picture.
Oh, that's right.
They asked me my name, and I said Brian with a Y, and they hand me the cup, and it says Brian Brian with a Y.
With a Y.
It said with a Y on it. That's right.
And
I forgot that.
Are you kidding me? Really? Yeah. That really happened.
I remember that now. Yep.
Well, you don't need a formal invitation. If you want in, you're in.
I'll play everything that I'm able to make.
Sounds like a plan. All right, cool. So
and I run games too. So
we have a lot of our games are on Roll20, obviously. So it's usually Sunday nights from 8 to 12. Although we may crank that back a little bit from 7 to 11 for the summer, but depending on who wants to do it. But that's usually, and that's Central Time. So it might be. I'm sorry, not 8 to 12, 8 to 11. So it's 3-hour sessions. So it might, I don't know if you're a night owl, but sometimes, Gwen and Tom are on the East Coast and sometimes
I am too, but I'm going to be a drama and chorus teacher.
All right, perfect. So there you go.
It's going to be easy.
Got it. Cool. All right, Don, what about you? You going to pick a character? Or do you think you're going to have the power to do it?
I'm not going to try it because I don't have the power to do it.
All right, gotcha.
I don't have Roll20 up at all.
Okay.
Well, it sure is good talking with you, though, Don.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit here and watch as long as I can. If I get power, I'm gonna jump in. But
awesome. Do they have estimates? I mean, I know it's hard when like big swaths are taken out. They have to trees.
So they said they'll have an update at 10.
Oh wow. Okay.
Here, I'll show you.
It's been out since 2:45.
Wow.
You guys just went out that early? We didn't get hit here until like 4.
Yeah.
Hold on a sec.
Yeah, around 2:30 Central Time. It flashed about a half dozen times and then just went out, and it hasn't been back on since.
Wow.
So can you guys see some of these pictures?
Wait, are we on?
No.
On the Zoom.
I'm looking at the Zoom. All I see is
all right, hold on. I screwed it up.
Well, I saw Dawn for a second. Now I'm looking. It looks like up your nose.
Yeah. Well, in for a penny, I guess. All right. How about now? Can you guys see Reddit now? Nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, there's plenty in there.
Yeah.
So yeah, Ayers Skinker. Here, we'll put them up on a big screen here. There we go.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so Kings Highway was closed because of all the trees that fell down. Yep.
That's Forest Park. Look at that.
Well, maybe I'll just print this.
And this is St. Louis?
This is St. Louis, yeah.
Wow.
So that's a light pole. That's a street light that came down.
Or street light, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, look at that. Well, that's just torn away.
Wow.
Let me see. There was some other ones. There's you can see that tree got tossed over. Here's Chesterfield. There was one that was showing pictures of buildings. That some of the buildings in I want to say North City got lost some wall.
Yeah.
You know what we're seeing a lot here?
Oh yeah, you can see a lot of broken windows and stuff.
Oh wow, yeah.
We're seeing a lot of plight and debris.
Yep. Oh yeah, there's pieces of building came down.
Yeah. Wow.
So I mean, you're sort of in an area where you get tornadoes.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
So did they have like when they do like building or zoning, do they have like restrictions, like people have to have like the underground or internal, no windows room, like all of those kind of things that they tell you? Do they do that, or are
they don't enforce anything like that? No tornado shelters or anything like that.
Because that's a lot.
People can have them. they don't
Right.
enforce it. So
They don't have to have them.
right.
All right. What do you guys see? Do you guys see bottles of whiskey, or do you see a zombie on a horse?
Zombie on a horse.
Okay, perfect. All right. So, couple of things that we're gonna do first and foremost. I'm gonna go over here, so I can't
Wow.
use PowerPoint like I normally would. So we're gonna go. We're gonna do. So here's a quick agenda. We're gonna do a quick once over of the Savage World rules. We're going to use. I sent out that cheat sheet thing. It had a very good sort of overview. We're not going to stand too much on ceremony and get too details because, frankly, I don't know the details. So we'll just kind of keep it light. But that will be the rules, basic rule set that we'll be following tonight. So we'll go over them real quick. No more than 5 or 10 minutes max. Then we've got the various kinds of chapters in the story tonight. So the first chapter is On the Road to Cheyenne. And then chapter 2 will be Zeke's Place. Chapter 3, That Boy Ain't Right. Chapter 4, It Never Pays to Be the Chosen One. And chapter 5, Something Smells Weird in the Cellar. And that will be, we'll have those various kinds of things. So
you think we'll get to Zeke's Place tonight?
I hope so. I hope so. I'd like to see if we can't complete it. You know, that would be a refreshing change for us on when it comes to one shots. Usually it's like 4 a.m. and everybody's losing their mind.
Brian, do you remember
Yes.
leaning over to me saying, "Okay, we're 2 hours in. You've gotten nowhere so far."
Situation
Yes.
normal. All right. So first things first, let's talk about the rules. So this is, for those of you who are familiar with playing Pathfinder or 5e, Savage Worlds is both very much alike and very much different. But I want to call out to a couple of things. So one of the biggest things, if you look on your character sheet from the pre-gens, and I hope you guys all have those, you'll see that the pre-gens, the skills are kind of like, when you look at archetype and race, that's pretty simply archetype is your class, race is race. When you get to attributes, however, it's a little bit different, right? So you see agility D6, smarts D4, spirit D6, that kind of stuff. It has a dice number. So basically what you start out with, the way they do things here is rather than with a bunch of complicated tables and stuff, they say the basic mark of success is a 4. What you do is depending on what you're trying to do. Like if you're, for Herschel, for example, his agility is D6. So say Herschel is like, I'm going to try and climb a tree to get away from a vampire. Okay, that climbing a tree would be an agility. We would say, it might be smarts, or strength. I mean, but it's probably an agility score. So you would roll a D6. We would add any modifiers that might be a factor, like if you're drunk, then it's -2, right?
Okay.
So you would roll that dice, and if you manage to achieve a 4, then you succeed in climbing up the tree. And so most of those kind of like things will have both an associated attribute, and the difficulty check will start out at being 4, and then it'll modify either way based on what's going on, right? The same thing happens with like skills, right? So if you look at your thing, Herschel, I'm just gonna use Herschel for a thing, fighting has a D4, right? So say Herschel wants to punch somebody, there's a ballroom brawl going on, and Herschel wants to throw a punch, he's got to roll that D4 to try and get a 4 to connect with that punch.
Oh, wow.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So
Whereas
all these
I have a fighting D8, so I have a much higher chance of getting the 4.
Right. So if you go to punch Herschel, you'll probably hit him, and he probably won't be able to defend himself against
I'm a chanter, not a fighter.
So the other side of that coin is there are some opposed rolls, right? So like the example that I just talked about, right? So if what was the name of your character again? Aberton? Was it Aberton?
Who mine is?
Yeah.
Ellie.
Ellie. So if Ellie does try at some point to punch Herschel, Herschel has a parry of 4. So
Right.
certain people, when you so basically for melee attacks, it's your dice against their parry number, right? So so his parry is 4, so it would be just like hitting it. So you roll your D8, you get a 4 or better, you connect.
Okay.
Don, you have a question?
Is Brian in roll 20? Because I just see 3 people.
I keep going to the launch gate or the jump gate.
Oh.
I wonder why it's doing that to
Hit
you.
launch. Don't hit jump gate. Hit launch.
Um,
Yeah, see if that works. I could resend you the link too.
It's giving me a jump gate loading screen.
Oh, that's weird. I don't know why it's
Hmm.
doing that.
Um,
Let me send you a quick link.
Okay.
hit refresh. Hit refresh on your browser. See if that works.
I just sent you a direct link. Try that
Okay.
and see if that bypasses some of this stuff. Jumpgate is the new Roll20 sort of suite of new modules
Right. They're
that
trying to
they've put
get
together. They're trying to get
modified
everybody moved
platform.
over to it.
Okay.
Right. So that's kind of combat. The same thing happens with gunplay, right? So if you have a gun, the same principle applies. In this case, he doesn't have a gun, but let me find somebody who does. All right. So Carl Burton, for example, has a Colt Frontier. It has a range increments and a damage increment, and so your dice that would use in this case would be in the skill set would be under shooting. That's the dice for hitting. And then when you hit, there is the damage. So when you hit somebody for damage, especially with like a gun or some other missile, it says like for Burton, it says the damage from a Colt Frontier is 2d6 plus 1. So you roll 2d6 plus 1 and you get a number. That goes directly against the toughness score of the person. And so things happen based on how far below or how far above you get that toughness. The thing about this is this game also, we don't have hit points. You accumulate wounds. And if you get, I think it's 2 wounds, you're essentially incapacitated. Which means you're not necessarily dead. There's some other things that we have to do, but you're essentially incapacitated. There are also some things like shaken where you have a limit on the number of things that you can do, but it actually, from a combat standpoint, moves pretty quick. So there's that.
Mine says wounds 3. So does that mean that if it's normally 2 minus 3, or does it mean something else?
Where do you see that?
It says parry 6, toughness 5, wounds 3.
Wounds 3, right? Okay,
Hit
so
plus die 6.
that's your wound number. So that when somebody shoots you, they have to roll above a 3. In the event that you don't have a number, your wounds number is 4. So
I'm easier to wound.
Huh?
I'm easier to wound than if
You're
it's
more delicate. So the thing about it is, if they, depending on the damage, they have something called raises. So if you get 4 above the target number, right? So say you are a great shot, you hit somebody, and you get a raise, then you get some bonuses on that kind of stuff. So anytime you get an increment of 4 more, like if the target is 4 and you get an 8, that's called a raise, and you get some benefits for that. Also, depending on how much higher above your damage, above your your wound rate is the damage, there will be bad things that happen, that kind of stuff, headshots or bleeding out, that kind of thing. So there are things, but it's very smooth, it's very streamlined. All right. From the point of view of spells, you have essentially PowerPoints, and you can. I'm going to have to get the other mark out to see what power. How many PowerPoints things have to. But if you look at, for example, George Willis, he's a Kai master. He has 15 PowerPoints, and he has various powers that he can pour those points in. One of them is deflection, which is stare to acid, smite, and wall walker. I don't know exactly what those spells are. I have to pop them up and find out what their power things in. But once your PowerPoints are, you can throw PowerPoints into any of those. You can repeat them, whatever you want. But once your PowerPoints are over, it's going to be over for this evening. Make sense? So far, so good?
That was me. My mom's calling, so I gotta go. I just gotta take it. I always answer the phone when my mom calls. Sorry.
Gotcha. No worries. Make sense to everybody else?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Let's see. I think it's this one here. Yeah, it is. Savage Worlds. All right, so I'm going to go to powers just to make sure that we have that. Powers, where are you? Okay. 1 second. I'm just, I wasn't prepared. You also have something called bennies. which are essentially hero points. You'll each start with 2, so keep track of those. The other thing we will do is, unlike rolling for initiative in D&D, what we'll do is we will use cards. I've set it up in the thing so that we are able to use playing cards. So I'll just pop that deck up here in just a second. I don't know. Can you see the deck in the bottom?
Bottom right, yes.
Yeah. So we'll be using those playing cards to select initiative and that kind of stuff. We'll also be doing it every round. So we'll do a new deck a new deal every round. So things may happen initiative wise that it's not going to be the same old lineup every time. All right, I'm still looking for
Les, I sent you a private message on Roll20.
Okay.
Because I actually had 3 accounts and I'm in the process of getting them merged.
Okay.
That could be it. I don't know, but if you can
I did not get the private message.
Okay, hold on.
Did you do /W?
It was on the actually, the outside of the game. All right, I'm looking at Vegwin.
Oh, in Zoom.
No, on
no, in Roll20, but outside of any game.
Oh yeah, no,
just,
I don't.
Just go to your regular Roll20 page.
Gotcha. Okay, one sec.
There's a cute little dog on here.
Oh, nice. Private messages inbox. I do not have a message from you.
That's weird. Okay, hold on.
The last message I have is from Gordon from 7 years ago, and I did not answer it. I guess he got over it.
Nubbed him.
Let's try this again. Send private message.
Okay.
Title is link, please.
Now, if Les sent a Roll20 invite to your email,
Right.
it shouldn't matter which Roll20 account you use.
That's what I was thinking, but it keeps sending me to that.
Jumpgate?
Yeah.
What browser are you using?
Chrome.
Chrome should work.
I'm going to send you one.
Yeah, Jumpgate, loading. Weird. I've never had. Of course, it's been about 3 years since I've actually played on Roll20. So
I want to send a private message that's asking me all sort of questions about motorcycles.
Awesome. Yeah. Yeah, that happened to me.
I don't really have a ton of time for that. All right, I just sent you one. Now it's verifying that I'm human. Thanks, Cloudflare. Appreciate your efforts here on my regard. Idiot. All right. I just sent you one.
Okay.
So hopefully this will work. All right, 1 second. I'm almost to the powers. Where are they? I'll tell you what.
Technology is a wonderful thing when it works.
Yeah, it is. Did you get the message from me?
Not yet. Huh. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna try the Zoom link again, or the email link again. Yeah, I'm still getting this little jump gate.
I wonder why it's hawking up at you there.
I'm not sure.
On the jump bait. Did you guys have any trouble getting in? Tom, Gwen?
No problem. We had no problem. But we've been in Roll20 a lot.
Yeah. So Brian, if you exit the Roll20 game and you go to your list of games and everything,
right,
you'll see this one, and they'll have jump gate, but it'll also just say launch. Click on launch.
Yep, that's what I'm doing right now. I completely exited out of the browser. And it's got me on a screen at the top. It's got the Roll20 logo. Below that, it's got this little image. And it says jump gate. And then below that, loading, ...
Okay.
App roll20.net/editor/. I don't know.
Well, that could hurt us.
Well, I'm trying to figure out. See, I've got the app on my iPad. And what's coming up whenever I click on the game in that loading campaign, it says select your character. But that's, I guess, all I can do.
I don't know. Now I'm confused.
Well, let's look. I've got technology. I'm in my classroom. I've got a Chromebook right here.
All right.
We'll try multiple platforms. Because I want to play.
All right. So 1 second. All right. I got the things. All right. So 1 second. I got to rotate here. All right. So one of your powers was smite. Powers cast on a weapon. If it's a ranged weapon, it affects an entire magazine or shells or a load of ammo. It increases the weapon's damage by +2 or +4 with a raise. So that is it. It takes 2 power points. And that is the only one I managed to find, which is ridiculous. 1 second. I'll keep trying.
I'm not going to stay in here, but I was able to get in, no problem.
Okay.
Oh, there's Brian.
Is he in?
Brian's in.
Nice.
Because I got a Chromebook.
If
Multiple platforms.
there's a will, there's a way. Good
You
job, Brian.
doggone right. Hey, I want to play. Doggone
Yep.
it.
All right. 118. All right.
You're gonna have to, Lester. You have to go back to the list of characters and let him grab one later.
Okay. Can do. He already picked one, actually. That
Oh,
you
did
should
he?
be
Okay.
try to move it around. All right, I got powers. So does anybody specifically have powers
Yep.
that they need to talk about?
I'm looking up my powers.
Okay.
I have godlike.
Is there?
Yeah, that's why you have actually no power.
Yeah. I have Amish powers.
Sorry.
Hey, don't slag the Mennonites. That's my people.
I can move.
Awesome. All right. Wall Walker is a 2-point spell. Allows you to function much like a human spider, allowing you to stick to any surface. That's just an example, but I have them here finally, so I can help. All right, so you got your guy. You ready to go?
Let's see. All right. So do you have a character sheet on here? Or we
I don't. Just use the what send in the Word doc with the pre-gens. I can resend it if you needed to.
No. I got it.
Tom, questions?
So there's I have healing, holy symbol, and empathy.
Okay. Are those powers?
Those are powers, and I found healing and holy symbol.
But you need empathy.
What's great is it shows the power points is 3, duration, range, touch. It's great. I don't see empathy. Maybe I just have to put the right sheet yet. Sorry. Yeah, empathy.
I don't have that either.
But that's okay. I found some information on it on Reddit.
Okay.
It says The caster forms an emotional bond between himself and the target with a successful arcane skill versus spirit roll. That should be useful. And then someone asked about it on Reddit and saying, wait, how many rolls? And then this person says, you use one roll for both. It's an opposed roll. The caster makes an arcane skill roll and must get at least 4 to activate the power. Then the target must make a spirit roll using that arcane skill roll as the TN.
Toughness probably, or the
Okay.
target number.
Target number. So I think that, I mean, if that's enough to work with, then we know empathy as well.
We got it.
All right. So I think I'm good.
All right.
I'm
Brian, your character is steward.
Yes.
Okay. There we go. Audie Stewart. All right. So you do not have powers, but you have a bow and a tomahawk.
That's right.
And
And I'm
a
not afraid to use
lance.
them.
And he's not afraid to use them. All right. And also you have so remember I said you guys have bennies, which are essentially hero points. You have a knack for the seventh son. Anytime I use a benny in your presence, you can cancel it with one of your own bennies, which is kind of cool. So what, yeah, kind of look through those and make sure that you know that if you have any questions about any roll. Old Ways Oath is cute. Free reroll on any spirit roll.
How many bennies do we start with?
2.
Okay, cool. And we have a maximum of 3 at any given time?
Max 3, yeah. Sometimes I'll award them if you get it raised. Sometimes it's worth a benny, you know, that kind of thing.
Awesome.
All right. Did Gwen, she's on the phone with her mom.
They're dealing with the whole storm, you know, but I think it's fine.
All right.
He just has to,
So
you know.
on roll 20,
Mm-hmm.
because we are quote unquote wild cards.
Correct.
So like, let's say I'm rolling, let's say I have a D4 or a D8. I have a D8 for an attribute. I want to roll that plus my D6.
Plus a D6, right? I'm glad you brought that up because I forgot to bring that up. So, yeah, technically, all of your characters are considered wild cards, which essentially are like lucky, fortunate people, that kind of thing. When you roll a skill check or a target check or anything that you're trying to get to a 4, you also roll a D6. That's called your wild dice. And if you miss on your regular, but you hit on your wild dice, you hit. You don't add them together, but they act, and it's just a D6. It's just an extra, but it gives you like a second chance. It's almost like advantage in 5e.
So on this roller interface, if I wanted to roll a D8 and a D6.
Yeah, it won't do 2 different dice at the same time. You just have to click a D6 and then click a D8. And
I got you.
Yeah, and then we'll take the highest one. You could do you could do multiples and things like that with with advanced dice, but it won't let you roll 2 at the same time, at least as far as I know.
That's cool. Did you explain? Well, I don't know then if you explained about botching if you roll ones on both of them.
Ones on both is essentially a botch or a
critical miss,
a fumble, critical miss.
Critical failure.
Sometimes it's specified what happens. In certain cases, we may revert to. So, Brian, I have a chart that I like to use, which we refer to as the chart. So for fumbles and crits, and usually what I do is, at least in our Pathfinder games, our 5e games, I give people the option. If you get a crit or a if you get a crit, you get the option. You can use the chart, or you can quote unquote take the damage. A lot of time archers, because their crits are triple damage as opposed to double damage, will take the damage as opposed to go to the chart. But if they take the chart, then there are various kinds of things that can happen, and it's basically a randomizer. For fumbles, you always get the chart, and I roll it. So,
well, I know that in normal circumstances you can re-roll a die roll with a Benny, but I believe if you roll a botch, you cannot. Is that correct?
I don't think that is correct. Critical failure, roll of 1 is a crit fail. The roll automatically fails and something bad may happen. Benny, critical failures cannot be re-rolled even with Benny. So you're right. It's true.
Okay.
So yeah, if you roll double ones, if you roll snake eyes on your dice, then yeah, that's a crit fail and something bad will happen.
Nice.
All right. I'm just going to pull up my chart real quick just because, you know, I figure you will.
Yeah, you better get it ready.
Yeah, I'm going to get it ready. Just have it ready so we don't do it. All right. Are we ready to start? Or do you want to wait till Gwen gets off the phone? Do you think she'll be on the phone with her mom for very long? It's been 45 minutes. You want to take? Do we want to take a quick biological break
Now is a good time.
before we jump right in?
Yeah,
Okay, let's do that.
I'll see what I can do as far as nudge, nudge.
I may have
So we're
to-
taking an old man bladder break, is what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly right.
I mean,
we got
I'm going.
we got time.
Insurance visit. Absolutely.
Yep. I may get myself a tiny whiskey too. 1 second.
If I thought I knew this game better, I'd have a tiny whiskey.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Don, are you taking a break?
I've already got my whiskey.
How you been, bud?
I've been good. Yourself?
Yeah, doing okay, man. I'm hanging in there, you know. Hanging in there.
Yep.
I hate it. I don't get to do Gen Con, but
I hate that.
man, you know, it's like I was telling Les, you know, it's funny how things work out. Things work
Yeah.
out for a reason. And
You don't get to do Gen Con this year.
right. Well,
But-
and you know, I'm going to tell you the truth.
There we go.
Um,
Back in business.
when you run like last year's Gen Con,
Mhm.
I literally ran every game session.
Right. If you're going to be a
Holy
GM
moly.
there, you're going to run it all the time so that you get your free quote
Oh,
unquote
because you get your
admission. Yeah.
Well, I got my room and I got my badge and everything, which was pretty sweet. But when we were done, I mean, you know, I'm not a young guy anymore, and man, I was worn out. And
That's rough. Yeah.
yeah. And I told my wife, you know, I got to play in one session. I got to play in one session. I went up there in the Marvel game because I knew I was going to be running it for my students. I
Okay.
sat in on a little session of that.
Mhm.
And it was fun, but it kind of made me realize how much I missed out by running so much.
By being a GM all the time. Yeah.
Right. And so
You should hang with us at camp.
exactly. Well,
Brian, I'll tell you, your one bright side for running all those games is you got to meet us.
absolutely. Oh, dude, I was telling Les, in the 12 years I've been doing that, man, y'all were my favorite group. And so then I get back and I read that blog and I was just cracking up.
The top of your head was so red. You were laughing so.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
We had so much fun. We still blow John crap about oh my lord, I'm faint. We still blow him crap about that.
well, and honestly, I would rather y'all. Some of the groups that I had to run this last time, it was a challenge, and I don't want to step on anybody's toes, but I had a lady, God bless her, afterwards. Now she's 10 minutes late to the session, and she goes, "Maybe I missed it, but did you have, you know, talking about the safety tools and all this other stuff?" And I'm just looking at her and I'm like, you know,
Oh, she's talking about I feel threatened or whatever.
right. And
Yeah.
I told her, I said, listen, I said, I get it. Okay.
Mhm.
But as a game master, okay, one of my responsibilities is to make sure that all my players are being looked after. I don't need a rule book and I don't need a little card on the table with an X
Right.
on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
If I'm going to have a conversation with you before we ever roll the first die. And if I can tell that you might be sensitive towards certain things, we'll steer away from them to where you're not even going to have to worry about it.
Right.
I mean, there's ways that you can handle that. And she actually, you know, our little review thing, which usually my scores are really good. So I don't worry about that. But she hammered me on that. And I'm like,
Really? She was mean to you about it.
yeah, you
Yeah,
were 10
don't-
minutes
yeah.
late. So even if I did it, you wouldn't have known.
You weren't there for it.
Yeah. So that kind of stuff right there, man. That just kind of, you know, it lets the wind out of your sails.
Yeah.
I didn't. How did we ever get review to review
like-
people?
Yes. Yes.
Did we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had
Did
the
we fill 'em out?
the QR code.
Oh, right. Okay.
So
Yes, we did.
Gotcha.
So-
All right.
We bitched about him endlessly.
Yeah, we did. Slagged you pretty hard.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude. I'm glad. So here's the thing, like they're asking me, because I told them about my health situation, and they're like, well, if you can come this year, you won't have to run any games. You can just work the desk and direct people to where they want to go. Well, that's all fine and good, but I'm a gamer.
You're
Yeah,
still
you
not
wanna play?
playing.
Yeah, it's not as fun.
Yeah. So I got to thinking about it, and when Les extended the invitation to come play this, I was like, yeah. And I shared with him, I think before you came on, dude, I would like to, once I get through all my stuff, and I'm hoping to do that this summer, I'd like to run that next adventure that I was planning to run. I'll run it for you guys.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. We
Cool.
welcome
Cool.
that.
And see, like I said, I usually down here, I had 4 D&D games going on, 5th edition, in addition to the stuff that I was doing for the conventions. And so the
That's a lot.
opportunity to not only play, but then also to possibly run some games with you guys, dude, that's my gaming fix,
Mhm.
And
Now, the
I'll let-
games you play there, are they regulars? Do you know them all?
no, not really. It
Okay.
seems like every year I go up there and I meet new groups. I run into some of the same people.
Uh-huh.
The Gen Con method for scheduling games
Oh, yeah.
is
Well, I
is
meant
like,
at home.
yeah,
I-
it's like a Chinese fire drill.
Yeah, I meant at home during
Oh.
the year. Do you have regular games?
Yes. Well, I have. When I got my diagnosis, I ran for about 2 more months. And then, other people got real busy, and I kind of felt like they were worried about me. And so I point blank asked them, I said, look, is this because of my health? And half of them said yes. And I said,
Really?
yeah. And I said, okay, is it the quality of the game? And they said, no. I mean, and I appreciate that. They said, we love you and we just want you to rest. And but my mind is one of those that resting and not being able to do,
Right.
just go ahead and shoot me.
Brian, we
Yeah.
would treat you like dirt. We don't care
Yeah.
if you're sick or
Yeah,
not.
exactly.
Yeah, we don't care.
So,
No, we care, but
yeah.
you call the shot. We're
Yeah.
gonna run you ragged until you say, "Hey, I need a break," and then we're
It-
gonna give you a break without any questions.
exactly.
So-
Well, see, and that's just it. And I'm one of those people, I just turned 60, and, at some point you want your group of friends and buds that you game with, you want it to be fun, but you also want it to be, hey, I don't want to have to go looking for any more gaming groups.
Yeah,
Right.
So, that's why I said, hey, if you guys have an opening, I'm applying for it. I really enjoyed throwing dice with y'all.
Well, there's a lengthy application process. Obviously, you're going to go through a series of rigorous interviews.
Oh,
Hey, there's Gwen.
Gwen's
It
back.
doesn't involve drinking.
But anyway,
My mom.
Brian,
so
I was just
my-
kidding. There's none of that.
Yeah, Brian,
We
we'll
didn't-
talk more about that stuff later. You guys play
Yeah.
this game tonight.
Absolutely.
We
Um,
didn't have a tornado, but we did have some severe thunderstorm. And my mom's got no internet. And she was like, I've got no internet. And I was like, okay, all right. Like you can do
She
this.
sounds
you
like
can
me.
do this."
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Well-
it's well, it's hard because I mean also because she's in her 80s, right? Like so these are not like, but like after my dad died, it's like the internet is like your connection to the world. It's
Mhm.
so you feel adrift. So anyway.
yeah. Well, here's the thing. Okay. What I'm hoping is in this game session, I don't mind the fireball so much. The butterscotch stuff that you gave me for my throat, that was a little iffy.
So I
He's talking to
have-
you,
Mr.
Don.
McGillicuddy's butterscotch.
I do. I have
Yes.
Black Magic, 15 PowerPoints.
You know what you do?
What was your
I
character's
have
name again,
something-
Gwen?
Brian,
What's
you're
that?
supposed to mix those two together.
Eli Cooper.
Cooper.
Oh, Ellie. I'm going by Ellie.
Ellie.
I have
Oh, yeah,
something
you're a
called-
Wichita witch.
Yeah, I have something called Burrow.
Okay.
I have something called Illusion.
All right, 1 second. Let me check this for you. I'm just copying things over here. So illusion is
Gwen,
Let's-
see if you have the ability that if he uses a Benny, you can use a Benny to counter it also.
he
'cause-
does.
Oh, one of the characters had that. I don't know if she does.
I
Let
do.
me-
The undead
No,
one.
Brian's
No, I do
character
not.
does.
Oh, you don't. Okay, Brian's character. Okay.
Illusion is not on here.
Trinkets.
Yeah.
if it's similar to the one from Necessary Evil,
Oh my gosh.
it's pretty
okay.
much you describe the illusion.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
The burrow, of course, is just tunneling. The
Just
ability
tunneling,
to
yeah.
tunnel.
I have something called speak language and protection.
Okay. Protection, speak language, trinkets. I don't know what that does. Let me check, see if that's
Right
there.
here,
Some
Tom
of those are
gave me
pretty
a-
self-explanatory, but
printed out something here. Trinkets allows a huckster to create a minor mundane item weighing less than 1 pound, a
oh,
dare,
nice.
a playing card, hand mirror, so on.
All right, perfect.
Cost 3
And
points.
then cost 3 points.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. It says how much you have black magic, so you have 15 points. Now that's total for the whole day.
Okay.
So that's what you'll have, and this is taking place over the course of a day. So, it'll be like
Those regenerate overnight. Is that correct?
I think the points regenerate overnight. Yeah. All right. So let's get started. All right. Let me switch you over to the appropriate place. 1 second. All right. So, oh, poop. It's completely dark, isn't it?
That's never a good sound.
Hold on.
When a game master says "oh poop," yeah,
Poop. 1 second. All right. Can anybody see anything now?
yes.
Oh,
Nope.
perfect.
We're on a pizza.
I forgot to put on the light. Put on the light.
Looks like a broccoli pizza.
I was going to say the same thing. Great minds.
It does kind of look like a broccoli pizza, doesn't it? But no, it is not. It is the grasslands of Western Kansas. You guys have been, well, hold on, I got one more here to do. You guys have been traveling east, headed towards civilization from Cheyenne. And it has been a long road. It has been a long day. Today has been a long day of travel. And you are all plumb tuckered out. There should be a town somewhere close around here if you're not sure. But I've decided to look for it in the light of the next morning. And so you've made a little bit of camp, seen to your horses, and cooked up a little grub for supper. Everyone seems to be setting their sights on sawing a few logs. You're sitting around this campfire that you guys have made as the darkness closes in on you, and the sun and the sky begins to fill with stars, and you're just getting ready to probably either have crawl into your bedrolls or maybe have a small nip off of the bottle that you have stowed away in your pack that you haven't told your friends about, when off in the distance you hear the unmistakable sound of what at first sounds like a scream, but as you know, as travelers, sounds like, well, it could be some sort of animal. You know that out here in the hinterlands, the one animal you have to be careful of is the mountain lion.
Oh.
Here out in the prairie, they refer to him as different things. Puma sometimes, bobcat sometimes. But everyone knows when you hear that scream in the distance, you know that those are the kind of noises those cats make. It sounds awfully close.
So is there any way we can build up the fire? Because usually wild animals are not keen on the fire.
That's true. You can, certainly. You want to do that?
Yes, I would definitely do that. I don't know if it's like, dry and so we don't want to start a brush fire. But if there's some way to to maybe have like the 4 corners of the camp, put, fires there, so.
Well, it's been pretty modest. You guys, it's just the 3 of you traveling, so it's your fire's pretty modest right now. But there is plenty of wood around. You've already stacked up. You got here earlier this evening, so you were able to use a little bit of the remaining light to stack up a little wood to keep the fire going. You've been on the road long enough to know that you do your best to keep your fire going all night, just for these sorts of situations.
I'm curious, as I draw my tomahawk, as in the dark, I'm not going to go wasting arrows. I have danger sense.
Okay.
And so I will kind of do that thing. It's almost kind of like stepping maybe a step away from the fire and really kind of letting my senses take everything in to see
All
if there might
right.
be maybe multiple. Are they surrounding us? I guess is what I'm kind of trying to figure out if my danger sense would kick in and give me any indication of something like that.
What does it say? Danger sense. What does it say afterwards? Because I
Yeah, it
don't.
just says
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong
a
freaking.
notice roll at +2 to sense ambushes or similar events.
All right. Well, give me a notice roll and give me a +2. Remember your notice is in order to find.
Okay, so it's D6. I'm going to roll 2 of them since I am a wild card.
Gotcha. All right, 2 successes. Excellent. So yeah, as you step out and pull that tomahawk, you do the moment you get up and step a few steps away from the fire, you hear another one of those screams off in the distance. And you know that you can tell your danger sense gives you the impression that whatever this is, and you suspect that you're very suspicious that it is a puma or a bobcat. You suspect that it is moving closer. You also know from your history that often as not, these plains pumas, they work in pairs or even sometimes mated pairs and sometimes in small packs. Now, your usual big cat out on the plains is a solitary hunter, but as you get approached tonight, they oftentimes hunt in mated pairs.
Okay, in a low voice, I will say, is pair of great cats seldom alone.
Okay.
What about you two? What do you guys do?
Do we have a sense of the direction? Like, can we hear, are they coming from separate directions or are they coming
Well,
from
you've only heard one set of cries, and they seem to be coming from the northeast.
Mm-hmm.
the northeast?
And that's the direction that whoops, hold on a second, there we go. That's the direction in which Audi sort of stood up and walked towards the sound.
Okay, well, I would like to move that way too, because I don't want to be looking through the fire and have my night vision spoiled. So I'll put my back to the fire so I can also keep a look. And I have maybe I'll ask what do you recommend? I have a whip and a colt.
Well, I would think the Colt. For me, the reason I'm not using my bow is because arrows. There's
Right.
you know, um, but I will. Is that Foy? Is the other character? Tom
Callan.
Callan. Okay, and I will suggest one may try to strike from behind us.
Mm. So do you want me to keep a lookout to the south?
Better if we spread out.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right, as you guys are talking, Audi, you see in the flickering firelight, just the very edge of the firelight, you begin to see, and your suspicions are are confirmed as you see with a low growl a large puma come stepping out of the underbrush, head low, moving forward, tongue lolling as it looks at you guys. You can tell also pretty quickly that it hasn't fed very well lately. Its ribs are starting to stick out a little bit, so maybe the prospect of some a fair amount of fresh meat might appeal to it.
What are we having? What are we having for dinner?
Usual beans and salt pork, I would imagine, perhaps with a little bit of cold whiskey or whiskey from a flask or water from a circular canteen.
Okay. I guess GM call on this. I know that a lot of times natives would travel with some salted pemmican, some of the buffalo meat, and somewhat. I would presume that I would have that maybe on a pouch on my belt.
You would indeed.
So I'm going to take out some of that, and I am going to, let's see, I'm going to try and toss it I don't know if you can see my cursor, and I've forgotten how you do the sim. But they're in the clearing, just north of about 2 spaces north of
So
where.
about right here. Whoops. Gotcha. Right about there. You're gonna like throw it over there.
Well, actually, I was thinking like 2 spaces north of where I'm at.
Oh, like over here.
Yeah, because what's the distance on each one of these squares?
5-foot squares.
5 foot? Well, okay. Yeah, let's throw it, maybe, yeah, let's throw it over there by where it's at.
Tell you what, give me a shooting roll to see if
Okay.
you hit that target. And I'm going to say if you miss the 4 on your shooting roll, we'll do a quick D60 D4 to see where it lands.
Okay,
Ooh, now
so
that's 2 misses. So you did miss. So tell you what, give me a D8 for direction and a D4 for distance.
6 is the direction.
6. So it came up short. And 4, so 2 squares. So it lands right about there. Let me
That's perfect. I'm good with that.
okay. Let me see. Let me put something there. I want something here. Does that work? Yeah, okay. All right. So I got a little thing here. So it lands about 2 squares shy in direction 6. So it lands about right there.
Okay.
The puma sort of hunkers down, and you see it sort of, and it lets out. You ever been next to the pumas in the cat house up at the zoo? You know, they let out that little growl, but it does begin creep forward, and you can see even from this distance in the firelight, you can see its nostrils kind of smelling that fat and suet that the pemmican is made out of. It's very interested in that.
Okay.
Ellie, I need you to give me a notice roll.
Okay, so my notice says, notice D8.
All
So
right, give us a D8.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh, roll a D6 too, because you're a wild card. You get a spare dice.
Oh, that's
Wow,
weird.
that's double ones.
It's
All
clear.
right.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that is, so you have your Colt in your hand?
Yes.
All right, cool. I'm just gonna see something. All right. So you are confused. So you're sort of looking around, and you are paying attention to Audi. You're not sure what's going on. So I'm gonna say that you can't act for a little bit because you're kind of standing there with your gun in your hand. Callan, give me a notice check.
Wait, I'm not as good on the D6. D6, and then
Ooh, there you go.
I don't even need to roll another D6, do I?
Well, probably not. But if you
Okay.
get 2 6s, I'll give you a crit notice. You'll crit notice. All right, so no, it doesn't.
Did you
All
go
right.
over the exploding dice as well?
Oh, that's right. I forgot about exploding dice for this. All right, yeah. So you rolled a 6, so you get to roll another 6 and add it to that. So
All
a
right.
7 on the 4. You didn't quite get a raise, but you can roll your wild dice, and the same principle applies.
A 6.
This is D6, yeah. 3.
Right.
Okay. So 7's good. And you notice, so you look over, and Ellie has got her gun in her hand, and she's sort of like looking around, and it's obvious that she's not 100% sure what's going on. But in the flickering redness, the orange of the firelight, and you're looking across the fire past Ellie, you can see that right behind her is another, what looks to be a larger puma that is hunkered down and moving forward. It is almost within striking distance.
So can I do something?
Sure.
All right. I am sweating bullets. I do not like this situation. One hand is in my pocket, fidgeting with something.
Do you have time with that, or
I am mumbling. No one probably can hear me or make out what I'm mumbling.
Okay.
But I'm mumbling, and I'm casting about, looking for an object, improvised object, like a big stick. I'm a strong person.
There's plenty of sticks and small rocks kind of laying around. You guys
I'm looking for the biggest thing I can lay my hands on that I could use as a defensive weapon.
Okay, it would probably be a stick or a log out of this bush.
All right, I would try to yank something out so I'd have something to work with, because I don't have any weapons.
Okay, so you're getting like you're pulling a club.
That's what I'd like to do.
All right, we're gonna let's roll for initiative. Let's see if this works. All right, so we're not gonna actually roll for initiative.
Okay.
But I am going to try and deal. Everybody, put an add turn, but don't roll anything. So we get you in the initiative order. I'm going to see if this works.
So wait,
Add turn.
add turn.
Yeah, right click. I'm sorry, right click on your token, and you should get a menu. And something in that one of the entries should be add turn, or maybe
Yes, I see.
is it not there?
No,
Yeah.
it is cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so add your turns, and then I'm going to hit deal, and see what happens.
Wait,
Brian,
Audie's
you
not
got
in.
yours in? Not yet. Is it not
Okay.
working?
All right. Well,
Right click. Oh,
I'm
go
on,
ahead.
I'm on a Chromebook, so it's a little bit different.
Gotcha. You want me to?
I've got a gear icon coming up. and
You don't want
another-
either of those. I want you to right click on the token itself, and it should give you a menu.
I used control click. I don't know if that also works for you on a control
On Mac it works.
on a
That probably will.
Oh.
Hold on. Control, right click. Oh, I know what I do. Okay. Add turn, right?
Yep.
Yep.
All right. On a
All right.
Chromebook, it's 2 fingers.
Gotcha. All right.
Oh,
I'm going to
oh.
try deal, and what it should do is give each of you a card.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to draw one card.
geez.
All players.
Wow.
Deal. I don't know what
Okay.
that means.
OC. What's OC?
I don't know.
Something card.
I mean, I have a spade.
Yeah, something card probably.
Yeah,
Oh.
but
Yes, I see it. I see on my screen in the lower right-hand corner. It is not a spade, but I see a card.
3 of hearts.
Yeah, that's the one I see.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, that's the one I just flipped over. So, all right, let's do this.
I'll get black cards.
All right, so I'm gonna. Why does it not? It should.
Callan is.
It gives us, if you click on that card, it gives us the option to draw a card.
All right, let's
Well, there's
try
one
that.
for
Try
Callan.
and draw on a card. See what happens.
All right. I got a 9 of hearts.
All right. We're gonna put that in for you. I'm just gonna draw it in. Hold on. 9H.
I did one too. Where is it though? I don't know.
You got it. There you go. King of diamonds.
King
Is that-
Diamond. That's me. Then I'm gonna hit it again. Whoops.
Oh no. I clicked on something. That's not right.
Jack Spades. All right, I'll stop. I'll stop hitting them. You guys hit them. Hit the
What are we
cards.
doing?
Click
What
to
did we
draw,
do?
dragged. Oh, drag to deal. Hold on a second.
Click to draw, drag to deal.
Maybe drag to the token of the person that needs a card.
Oh, maybe. Okay.
Oh, do I drag it onto me or something?
I wonder. Yeah. Hold on. Does this work?
Steal each other's cards. Interesting. You see the cards on above the names?
Yeah. They just. You know what? I'm gonna do this.
Yeah.
Hold
Um,
on. Now it's trying to
oh,
take
what do you mean?
screenshots. Hold everything. All right.
I think if you click on that
That's
deck
where my
again,
card is. I see. I
Mm.
didn't see. Thank you. It was covered up there.
so somebody's got the 8 of hearts, it looks like.
I've
right,
got
hold
the queen of spades.
You want me to click on the deck? Get a card?
Yeah, well, I think we all did
Is
that.
that what you did?
Yeah, I
Alright.
think so.
Shall I click on the deck?
To,
I'll wait for.
oh, you're stealing my card? Oh,
Yeah,
okay. All right.
I'm trying to reset things. Hold on a second. Let's see what this works.
wait.
No, it won't work. All right. I'm gonna try and steal Brian's too. We'll take that back. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna draw cards and just put them on the screen for everybody.
Uh-huh.
And that way we'll be able to see them. So I'm gonna reshuffle
Awesome.
and let's do it that way. All right. Audi, King of Clubs, Callan, 3 of Diamonds, Ellie, 7 of Spades,
Okay.
North, 7 of Diamonds, South, 9 of Spades.
Okay.
So like, on the card order. One fancy way that you remember it's reverse alphabetical order. But I always remember the old saying, superheroes don't cry. So let's say
Okay.
that you have sevens, it's spades, hearts, diamonds, clubs.
Superheroes don't cry. I like it.
The same thing as bridge.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. All right. So that being the case, I think King of Clubs moves first.
Yeah.
Higher is better on the,
Wait, king of clubs or
Yes.
the spades are the top?
Yeah, but we don't have anything higher than a king. So it'll be King of Clubs, then 9 of spades, then 7 of spades, then 7 of diamonds, then 3 of diamonds.
the suit is for splitting ties is what you're saying.
Okay.
Yes.
All
Yes.
right. Good.
And higher is better, and our aces high or low, just for our knowledge.
Aces are high and jokers are wild.
And if you get a joker, you get, is it +2?
You get +2 and you get to pick at any time during the round when you go.
Yep.
Okay.
And then that's when the deck is reshuffled.
When a joker comes out?
Yes.
Nice.
All right.
Interesting.
I'm not sure that I would notice yet where the other cat is, because I don't think I have line of sight to that.
Well, you would definitely see the cat. So you'd see the one to your northeast, which is moving on the pemmican, and it's growling low, but it does see it is attracted to that bag.
Okay, I think what I'm gonna do, I want to move. You know, I'm pretty good at like the stealth stuff, and I know they're cats and all, but I'm hoping that being distracted, his focus is pretty much on the meal that he's got, and so I'd kind of like to ease into this bush tree type,
Okay, kind of
and
blend in there.
yeah, I'm gonna try if I can, and just kind of get situated to where if it decides to be aggressive, I've got some protection, you know, whether there's a tree trunk or thick branches interposing. And yeah, that's what I'm going to try and do, because that's kind of my thing anyway, I think.
Well, so now being in that spot where you're at will also give you direct, I'm going to move the pemmican over just a little bit, but it'll give you direct line of sight in case you want to or need to go to your bow and arrow.
Okay.
Because you do, where is it? Yeah, you would have line of sight through the bushes right through there.
I'm kind of hoping, being an outdoorsman and stuff, you know, they're just hungry. I'm kind of hoping that by providing some food to them, they'll just kind of eat. And then, you know, if they haven't eaten in a while, maybe they get sated enough to where they just want to go to sleep.
They'll go away. Okay.
Yeah, go to sleep.
All right. King's done. 9 of spades. This puma attacks Ellie, leaps up, and Ellie's confused, does not see it coming. And you suddenly, Ellie, you feel the pressure of what sounds, I mean, it feels like you've just been hit in the back with a bowling ball. You're thrown forward by the weight of this thing, and it's trying to knock you down. The first thing I need you to do is to give me an agility check to see if you stay on your feet.
Okay, my agility is a D8, so.
Okay, very agile.
Nice.
What'd you get?
7.
Oh, great. All right. So you stay on your feet, but you begin to feel claws begin to rake you as this creature is. And the rest of you, Callan and Audie, you especially, you look around and you see there's another puma, and it is on Ellie, and it's trying to claw her, and you can see its teeth coming down. So it is going to
Brian, you said that there is a purpose in rolling another D6.
Yes. I believe, and Les, I don't want to talk over you.
No, go ahead. You know these rules better than I do.
So you would want to go ahead and roll the D6, because if it explodes, if you get, for every 4 that you get above your target number, that's what's called a raise. And so that provides extra benefits. It can provide I believe it's an extra D6 of damage. I think that's capped out at 1d6, so it doesn't get ridiculous.
That's great.
Okay, that's good to know.
So we should always roll that second D6.
Okay.
I would say yes, because you're hoping that maybe one of them explodes and you get that extra success.
Fishing for an explosion.
Okay.
Yeah, in this game, explosions are great.
Yeah. That's cool.
Unlike D&D, when fireball explodes in the room.
Explosion is not as good.
Not as good usually. Sorry, Les, I was curious to know, like, what's the, why you know, you already got a 7, right? I was like, why would a 6 help, right? But the explosion.
But it could explode, yeah. And
Right.
raises are like sort of like you succeed, then you succeed even more, you know, that kind of thing. And certain things can
like
accrue.
a critical being 10.
Yeah, like in this situation, conceivably, if you got enough raises, Les might rule that, you know, the cat leaps, but you manage to roll under it or something like that. There are definitely some advantages to it. Don't
Yeah.
forget, you can also spend a Benny to re-roll unless it's a critical failure.
Right.
Gotcha.
And you have 2 bennies.
Is a critical failure like a nat 1? Is that the same or
2
no?
nat 1s.
It's a 1 on your skill or trait die plus a 1 on your wild card die, the D6.
Okay.
So if you get a 1 on each of those, you can't spend a Benny to re-roll. You just have to take the pain.
That's reasonable.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, I rolled a 2. Now I get +1 for a pounce. So they have what's called a pounce attack. So they get +1 on their roll, but it's a 3. It's still not enough to hit you because they need a 4. So it has not. It's on your back, and you can feel the claws begin to rake. It's raking your clothing. You can feel the teeth sort of trying to bury themselves in the shoulder, but it hasn't found purchase yet because of the pounce. But it's going to try and knock you down and try and eat you again next round.
Okay, I don't know if it matters, but it says in my gear, I have something called Black Armored Duster that gives me armor +2.
Ooh, okay. So armor is generally not to hit, it's more damage.
Okay, okay.
So it would take -2 off of the damage roll.
Okay.
Your score that they need to hit you is equal to your parry.
It's not an AC. It's
Oh yeah, what was your parry?
Oh, my parry is 6.
6. Okay, yeah, he didn't even come close. So he's not. So his teeth are cracking against that armor, and he's just having a hard time getting a hold of you. But he's on you. He's attacking, and you've sort of trying to shake him off, and he falls to the ground, and he's obviously. And again, this one seems to be bigger than the other one, although you have never got a good look at the other one. This one seems to be a little bit bigger, and a little bit better fed, but obviously still hungry. All right, now it's your turn, Allie. 7 of diamonds or 7 of spades.
So is my back to the creature? Is it on me? Like, can I shake it off?
It's fallen backwards because the pounce itself didn't work. It was trying to hold on with its claws and was going to bury its teeth in like your shoulder, but that missed, so it slides back downward. So it is on the ground, and you can whirl around.
So I guess I would whirl around and try to shoot it.
All right, you're going to shoot it point blank range.
Yes. Now, so this says for the Colt Frontier, I assume that's gun, like a
it's
pistol.
a pistol, yeah. It's a 6-shooter.
So my range, the increments are 12, 24, 48. So I assume that means there's penalties.
12 feet.
Yeah, but 12 squares in this case. But yeah, but you're well within that. So you're in short range.
That's
okay.
Nice.
And the damage is 2d6 + 1.
Correct, but you still have to shoot it.
Sure. So what? Oh, shooting is D8.
So shooting is your D8, and it's so I think in this case it doesn't have parry.
No, that's based on the range.
Probably gonna
right. Okay. So yeah. So it's just going to be a 4. You need a 4 or better.
Okay. So I need a D8 and a D6.
Ooh, 6. All right. Keep rolling D6 again because all right. So 11. So you needed a 4. So you've gotten almost 2 raises, but you did definitely get 1 raise. So that's definitely a hit. So that adds, I believe, raise adds for range weapons. It's +4 on the damage. I think.
My damage, it just says damage 2d6 + 1. So
right, but you got a raise. You hit it hard.
Oh, so okay. So there's a bunch of letters that I have no idea what it means. Capital R, O, capital F, 1.
Rate of fire.
And then it says capital A, capital P, 1.
Armor penetration, 1. Now this is a Puma, so it doesn't have any armor on it.
Yeah, right. I have no idea what that means.
There's room.
Okay.
All right.
So does any of those tell like what?
So in this case, and it's really this thing is really kind of funky about raises.
It adds an additional D6 to your damage roll.
D6 to damage. Okay, so I thought it was +4, but it's D6 to damage.
If it normally does 2d6, it does 3d6 + 1. Is that
that's correct?
Because you got the raise, it's going to do an additional D6.
Okay, so I click 3d6, and then we'll just add 1.
Sure.
Okay. So that's 3d6, and then
so 12 points. So it's hold on, let me check.
What's its toughness?
Its toughness is 7. So you got 11. That's or 12. That's a
Oh.
raise on the on that. Which means it is a wound and shaken. So you
That's
have
great.
scared it.
Okay.
So it takes 1 wound,
Oh,
which we are going to put on there with a red dot. And
Okay.
it is now shaken. So the shaken condition is pretty common, but let me go back to the rules here and just make sure I'm
I
getting.
think if you have a Benny that you can spend for it, it removes that shaken condition automatically. That's up to
Oh.
you as the game master, whether or not you want to do that. For a player character, we would make the choice whether we wanted to spend it or not.
Right.
Otherwise, during its round, it has to make that vigor roll.
So it makes a damage roll, suffers a wound. He is not incapacitated. It does have some penalties. Shaken effects. All right, shaken effects are rattled. They may take free actions such as moving. At the start of the turn, they may attempt to recover. Yeah, he's going to spend that Benny and shake off the shaken because he wants to attack you again.
Okay. All right.
He's hungry and has, even though you've shot him, which he doesn't like, he's still hungry.
he's still wounded.
I mean, I feel bad about shooting him, you know.
Well, see, like for us, we can take 3 wounds. On the 4th one, we're incapacitated. Different creatures. I don't know. It's been so long since I played. I forget how it works for the creatures and everything. But
Humans have 2 wounds. At 3, they're incapacitated.
yeah, so you got to kind of watch that too. It's not like you have hit points. You just have wound levels.
Yeah, and they move pretty quick too sometimes, especially with concentration of fire.
Mhm.
All right, this one was ambling towards, so it's the other puma's turn. It was ambling towards the pemmican, but now that it's heard the shot, it now is interested and it hears the other puma sort of crying out in pain and growling as it attacked. So it is going to move through here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, past you, Audi, and it is going to leap over these bushes so that it lands about here and sort of come around a little bit and stay there. So it has basically run past you, Audi. Now in this case, since it ran literally right past you, if you want to take, I'm going to give you like an opportunity attack. If
Yes.
you've got your tomahawk out, so if you want to give it a chop, do so as
Absolutely.
it leaps into the air.
Absolutely. All right. So that's going to be my fighting of D8.
Okay, it's moving. Oh, there you go. Roll again.
Wow.
All right,
So-
11.
So
And that's against its
parry.
parry.
So I got a 2 on my wild die. So I got an 11.
11. Its parry is 5, so that's 6. So that is a raise. You hit it, and it yowls in pain as it flies over the thing. I'm going to do a quick agility check to see, because you hit it basically in midair after it had leaped.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and it does not get over those bushes. It crashes into these bushes and lands on its side, sort of tangled in the bush, yowling and screaming as it claws at this tomahawk slice that's all the way across the right hand side of its body. It's in the bushes. It's scrambling around, making all kinds of noise.
So is it safe to presume that it's prone?
It is, yeah, technically prone.
Okay.
Callan, what about you?
Did you do damage to it? Did you wound it?
Oh,
Yes.
he did wound it. Yes, he did. Sorry, I didn't put the dot on there. Go ahead.
Oh, let me, I guess I do need to roll my damage, don't I?
Did you hear the Wilhelm scream?
No, we did not.
So that's going to be 9 points of damage against its toughness.
Okay, toughness is 5, so that's a raise. So it is shaken and wounded. Now I've burnt a Benny on the other one, but this one I'm not going to burn a Benny on because it was a surprise attack essentially. So he's shaken.
I'm loving this so hard.
All right, Callan.
Right. Did I find an improvised weapon of any kind?
You have, yes, you found a large stick, probably 4 feet long, probably maybe 2 inches in diameter that you feel would make a serviceable club.
So I would like to move, so movement, I have like a 6, and that's like 6 inches on the table. Is each
6
one
squares, yeah.
These
No,
each
six
square.
squares.
Okay, so I can move 6 without taking an action, right?
Yeah,
You
yeah,
can move
absolutely.
6 and have an action.
Indeed.
yeah.
So I'll move here. That should be easy.
Okay, so you're running right up to that puma,
Yeah, and
and
then
you're just gonna try and clock it.
well, I wanted to grapple it, but I don't see grappling as a thing. So I think I was going to leap onto it and stuff, but I think
It would be probably an athletics or a strength check if you wanted to try and tackle it.
that's what I wanted to do.
Okay, you're
I
tackling a
wanted to,
puma.
I wanted to hold it so that Elle could deal with it.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, if you're on
I'm
top
not a
of it,
damage doer.
and if I'm shooting,
I won't leap. I know. I'm not thinking.
okay,
I'm maybe I'll make it worse,
I'm
but
sure I won't shoot you by mistake.
my plan was to rush it, right? I didn't like it clawing at you, and I'm not a combat guy, but I'm strong. So I was kind of just trying to muscle it, right?
I'll tell you what, if you want to like leap on it and try and grab it and pin it down, I'll
Like,
take a strength check on that.
And
It's
if
wounded.
If it was biting, I would maybe use the stick to like parry with, like bite this, not my arm.
It's
I know
definitely looking to bite Ellie,
Right,
as opposed to you. It
But
does.
as
I
I
mean, you
leap-
were on the whole other side there.
As I leap, I would use that. Yeah. So anyway, I will try athletics.
I would say athletics or strength, either one, whichever one you think is best.
I have the skill athletics. I don't have. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'll try athletics.
Okay.
Because that's a D10 for me,
Wow. Okay.
and then a D6.
Yep.
Wow.
Ooh, keep rolling.
Yep.
Oh, keep
Wow.
rolling.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, look at that, a 13. So in this case, it's a tackle. It's a parry. That's the large puma. So it's got a parry of 7, which means you definitely get a raise. So yeah, you come running around the fire, and you're just like, ah, and you
started
jump on
panicking.
this puma.
Right.
You've jumped on a puma, and the puma is so shocked by this inconceivable turn of events that it begins skittering backwards to the east as you sort of like jump on it. So you have basically you've sort of like grabbed it a little bit and you're holding on to it. You are now its target, though. It has forgotten all about Ellie. Callan is its new favorite meal.
And maybe I drop the stick if necessary to get a good grip.
All right, so you've got a hold of this wounded puma.
That's cool.
Yeah, and it's probably dangerous. All right, so let's
Tiger by the tail, is that what it is?
As long as it doesn't have a mouth, right with it.
Howdy, Ace, Ellie, Jack of Diamonds, Callan, 6 of clubs, Puma 1, 5 of spades, and Puma 2, Queen of clubs. All right. All right.
Ace first, then queen.
Ace first, then queen, then jack, then 6, then
6, 5.
Okay.
All right. That means you, Audi. So you've got a wounded puma in the thing. It's prone. It's surprised. It's unhappy.
All right. So my understanding is that prone subtracts 2 from its parry.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So
in this case, that's the small puma. So its parry is 5 minus 2 is 3. And you got a 5, no raise, but you hit him.
okay. So I got 5 on each one. All right. And so my damage here is strength plus D6.
With a tomahawk?
Is D8 plus D6.
Okay.
So a 7
plus 4.
4.
Its toughness is 5. You've got 11. So that's a raise. So you will get another wound.
Now it can make, if you spend a Benny, it can make a vigor roll to try and soak it.
I'm gonna spend that Benny.
Yep.
And try and make a vigor roll. So its vigor is D8. Does prone take away from that, or that's straight up?
No, it doesn't take away.
Ooh, he didn't make it. So he takes that damage. He's already, and now in this case, he's already shaken, so he stays shaken. That's 2 wounds. He's looking to get out of there. He did not expect what he thought was going to be dinner to be this fighty.
The way I view that is I jumped on him. I leapt onto him since he's prone, and I sank that tomahawk like right up here.
Gotcha. All right,
so
you're trying to kill him.
I've still got that tomahawk is embedded
Okay.
And I'm actually kind of laying
Holding
on
them
top
down.
of it, trying to, yeah.
Give me a quick strength roll.
Okay. Strength for me is
Pumas. I've only been in close proximity to a puma in the wild. Go ahead and roll the d6 too.
Oh!
no!
Ah!
We've got a problem.
That's okay. That's
ooh,
okay.
I did.
All right, so that is a crit fail,
That's
and
okay.
I've just went to the chart and it says he bit your fist.
Oh.
So as you are getting him, he gives you a bite. Now it's not going to be as a full attack, but it is going to do potentially D6 damage to you. So hold on, let me do this. So I'm going to roll a D6. 5. That's better than a 4. What? Oh wait, what's your parry?
My parry is 6.
6. So he tried to bite you and get a little scratch across the knuckles as he's like scrambling past you, but he didn't. But you did. But he's going to get loose next time. You did not successfully hold him down.
Okay.
All right, that's him. It's Big Puma on Callan is next. So Big Puma is going to try and bite you.
Be right back.
He's actually going to try and claw you. He doesn't get his bounce. Here we go. So he is going to. So it's a D8 to hit attack. So Callan, what is your parry?
My parry is 4.
He got a 2, so he misses that attack, but he's also going to try and bite you. Same way. 7, got you with the bite, so he's got a hold of you. In this case, he does D8 plus D6 on the bite for damage. So what is your toughness?
Oh, my toughness is 7.
He rolled a 6. So the bite rakes across your knuckles, but does not do any permanent damage. And he's in a weird and awkward position as you're holding him down. So although he managed to get a tooth on you, it didn't do you any real damage. Next up is Ellie.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to. So can I do just one attack, or how does that work?
Well, if you're going to use your Colt, your rate of fire is 1, which means you can shoot it 1 time per round.
But then could I kick it or something? Like, could I try to kick toward the head so that, like, to get the head away from Callan?
I read that there are 3 actions, but for every, like, if you do a second action, you get -2 on both.
Oh, on both.
Yeah, and if you do 3 actions, you get -4 on all of them.
So yeah, theoretically, if you want to kick it and then shoot it, you could do that.
It degrades each of your things if you try to squeeze more in.
So I was thinking shooting and then kicking, but maybe if it's, how much is it if you do
-2 to both things if you do 2.
Yeah, maybe I'll just shoot. I'll just try to shoot. I won't try to kick.
That's what I read in the combat section.
So in this case, I mean, so Callan, your friend Callan, is literally on top of the puma. So I'm assuming you're going to reach down and kind of like point blank it right in the head kind of thing.
He's on top. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll try to put the muzzle like right against
by Callan's ear, that kind of thing.
Well, I was thinking like the body, like I would aim for like the rib cage or something where.
That's how Callan became deaf.
That's why they call him. Oh, it's old one ear Callum. He's back in town.
I mean, all
right. So you're
gonna
shoot for a position on the cat where Callan is not.
Yes.
Got it. All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm holding it like putting a foot on a croquet ball.
Okay, so I'm shooting, and that's a D8.
All right, that's Ellie.
D8,
that's a 7. Oh, roll a 6 again.
Okay.
8. So 8. So it is in this case because it's a ranged attack. There's no opposition. So that is a hit with a raise. And so that gives it another weapon. He's burnt his Benny. So that goes straight to injuries. You hear it lets out a that's the worst cat I've ever done. But
that cat was really sick.
Yeah, well, he just took 2 bullets. So I mean, as cats go.
I normally do 2d6. Do I have to bother to roll the damage or no?
You definitely have to bother to roll damage.
So if I normally do 2d6 plus 1, but if I have the raise, it's 3d6 plus 1. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm going to do 3d6 and then plus 1, so 10.
10 points of damage. So that's the big one. So its toughness is 7. So you don't quite get a raise on that.
Okay.
But it gets another shaken. So it does. It's not as wounded, although I think 2 shakens make a wound, right?
But didn't you
Yeah.
shake
So it
off
does
the
get the
shaken?
wound, but it stays shaken. I'm sorry.
Didn't you shake off the first shaken?
I did. So it's just shaken.
Right.
That's right. Thank you for it. All right. So you managed to put a bullet in the dirt right next to it because you were
Okay.
trying to avoid Callan, but the bullet misses the creature and does not give it any injury. However, the loudness of the shots, the reports, are scaring it. It's definitely Callan. You can tell that it's definitely now scared.
How's mine?
All right. So Callan, you're up.
So,
You've got a hold of it.
right, and it tried to attack me.
It definitely wants to attack you. Well, it might not want to attack you right now, but it definitely did before.
Okay. What can I do? I'm on top of this cat.
Grab your stick and clout it.
Well, like, you're on top of it. I mean, you could do the.
Swing a living cat.
Could clout it with your stick.
Yeah, so the stick I presume is like right next to me.
You dropped it as you attacked.
I'll try to give it a bop on the head with the stick.
All right, sounds good. Sounds good. You would use a melee attack. In this case, would
Really not
be
good at
fighting.
melee. It's not really my thing. Could I, instead of using like violence, I'm not so big on violence,
Okay.
like attacks. Can I try to basically wrestle it, like bend it to my will, you know, like I'm going for like a squeeze or like a you
Like
know,
strangle it a little bit, that kind of
yeah,
thing,
well,
or
not in the neck, but like crush it, like suppress it, like stop it from getting being violent. So I'm trying to like bear hug it, or you know, I'm trying to send it a message
okay.
through a wrestling move, right? So it could be, I mean, if it were a human, I might do like try to get an arm behind its back, right?
Right.
But for a cat, if I'm already on top of it, I would try to lock it up so it would have a hard time attacking.
Right. You
Right.
could.
That could mean put head, you know, hands on head to control the head. If that's where the
Yeah, I think so. I would use an athletics check there.
Okay.
To try and yeah, if you're trying to just sort of tie up this creature so that it can't do anything, I think that would work.
I'm trying to restrain it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're trying to which sounds ludicrous, but you're trying to a big puma. So all right, 9 against its this case it would be its vigor, I think. Yeah. Or no, it would be its parry. So that is a 9 versus a 5. Wait, no, 9 versus a 5. So you would get a raise. So yeah, you do manage to sort of tie it up where it's going to be it's not gonna, well, so here's what's going to happen. It's not going to be able to use its claws to attack you because you've got those kind of held. It still can try and bite you, but it's going to be at -2.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do I
I'm just
even
taking
have
notes.
that?
All right. So yeah, you've got him there. All right. So finally, the other puma is trying to escape. Now, Brian, Audi sort of like is pressing down on him, but had a fumble last time, right?
Right.
Yeah. So where he tried to bite your fist, you still are sort of on top of him, but he's not in such a way that he can't escape. So I'm going to say he's underneath you. He's going to have to make an agility check to move out. So that's what he is going to.
Can we do an opposed check where I'm going to make
Absolutely.
a strength check to try and continue to hold on to him?
Absolutely. Agility versus strength?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Here we go. All right. Here's my agility roll. Natty 10, 14.
Woo!
He's getting out.
Yeah. Gonna have to be big to stop him.
That's gonna be tough. Yeah. So yeah, he's got a raise on that. So he
Oh!
oh, here we go. Oh no! Oh no!
Get him!
Oh, 21 versus
Wow.
my 14. That's almost 2 raises. Yeah, almost
Awesome
gets out. He
job.
starts the thing,
Awesome.
and he just like you just bring the heat back out of him and crunch him back down. So he's and he's yelping and squalling and wriggling around, but yeah, you've still got him there. In fact, you're in a position where you're going to be able to hit him pretty hard next time.
He's my pet.
With a bonus.
I just made him my pet.
All right, new round for Audi, 10 of diamonds. For Ellie, 7 of clubs. Callan, 5 of clubs. Little Puma, king of diamonds. Big Puma, 2 of clubs. All right. Little Puma is stuck, so it's going to try and bite you.
Okay.
And that is going to be a fighting check. So it is going to try and get you 4. What's your parry?
Oh, my parry is 6.
6. So it tried to bite you, but did not succeed. So that is the end of that. Next up is it's you. Audi, it's you.
Okay. I kind of hate to kill it, but let's go ahead. We're gonna yeah. I don't really have any other better option.
All right. A 5 to hit.
All right, so yeah, that would be a 5.
It's parry. It has a parry of 5, so that is a hit.
Okay.
But it's just a bog standard hit. Now it's already shaken and has 2 wounds. A shaken on it. Normally that would just be a shake, but in this case, that will be its 3rd wound. It is now incapacitated.
Okay, so it's a grand total of 8 against its toughness anyway. So
that'll be it. Yeah. So it'll be in this case, it's within the 0 to 3, so it's another shake. But yeah, that's going to incapacitate it. So
it's not dead.
It's not dead, but it is grievously wounded and dying. At this point, I think once we hit incapacitated, it has to make a thing. So
I'm going to start doctoring.
So an incapacitated character must make an immediate vigor roll. So I will do that. Its vigor is D6. So let's do that. 2. That ain't great. Critical failure is different. Failure, the character. So in this case, the Puma is bleeding out and must make a vigor roll at the start of each turn. If it gets a raise, he stabilizes. If he fails, he dies.
I believe also I can try to staunch the bleeding.
You could if you want to heal him. Yeah. Is that what you want to try and do?
Yeah.
Okay. So you can try and help the Puma?
Yeah, the potential here to, yeah.
All right. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Tame this thing. Yeah.
Cool. All right. But you can't do it this time. Next up is Ellie.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna. Well, you know what? The shooting didn't work so well last time, so I will. I guess I will try. Oh, I don't have anything like I could kick it, but I don't have anything that does damage with kicking. So.
I mean, damage-wise,
Right.
yeah, you really. I mean, it's really your Colt. That's your thing. Unless you want to try and magic it somehow.
Magic.
I mean, you could use trinkets to make a knife, but you're fighting. You have fighting D8. I mean, you could use
punch it in the head. Maybe punch it in the mouth to try to break the teeth.
You could, yeah, absolutely, if you want to.
Okay, I'll try to.
I don't know. I feel like you, with a perfectly good gun in your hand, I wonder if punching a Puma in the teeth is kind of a
pistol whip it. Pistol whip it.
You can hit it with the. He's right. You can hit it with the gun.
But I mean, the thing is, if I guess I can't. I won't hit Callan, right? Unless I did roll like.
We really want this, right?
That would be
well. I mean, you did run into. I mean, you were trying not to hit Callan, and it just made you miss the creature. I mean, you could be careful about that.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll just try to shoot it again.
Okay.
I guess I have like infinite ammunition. So then,
for the purposes of our game, yes.
Okay. So that is shooting as a D8. So D8.
It is a 6-shooter. So if we get into a gunfight, ooh, 2 misses. You missed again.
Okay.
It's Callan is all over this thing. You're trying hard to miss Callan, but he keeps getting in your way.
All right, that's all then.
All right, Callan, you're up. What are you going to do?
Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
I'm a blessed archetype.
Correct.
So should I use the statistics on the blessed card, except for when my own character sheet overrides it? Is that the way it works?
Just use your character sheet.
Okay, because like the blessed card has like gear, but I didn't see gear on my sheet.
What are you interested in? I mean, what are you looking for?
Well, like, did I have a, because the blessed characters have a cult peacemaker, and I do have a shooting skill, but I don't see any gear on my sheet. Maybe I didn't go on for.
Oh, well, yeah, it might not have carried over. Yeah, let's say it's okay. You could you probably, if it says on the card, you could have a cold peacemaker. Does it have stats on it?
Stick, cult peacemaker, ammunition, Holy Cross, investments, well-worn Bible. I would think I would have all that stuff.
Yep, I agree.
Okay, because like the cross is I think necessary for the holy symbol.
Gotcha.
Spell.
Yep.
Anyway, all right.
You can pull your Colt.
Well, again, it's not my way. Can I roll onto my side, exposing the cat to LE? So, because I'm aware that I'm blocking.
Okay.
So while still, it's a wrestling thing, right? I want to reposition while still maintaining my hold, so that L has room to do what she needs to do.
You want to still maintain hold on the Puma?
Maintain hold, but in such a way that I'm no longer. If I feel like I have good control, I want to simply get out of the way.
Gotcha. All right. So you're talking about a shoot from Vision Quest move.
Yeah, nothing more aggressive. Just
Gotcha.
Just repositioning.
Give me an athletics check.
Okay.
It's funny that they gave the preacher a gun. I mean, it's funny that they called a gun a peacemaker.
So in this case, yeah, I mean, you succeed. It's a little difficult, but yeah, you basically manage to sort of like swoop around a little bit behind the beast and open up its flanks to Ellie with her gun out.
Awesome. That's what I wanted to do.
All right, perfect. It is going to, so that is him. So he's still bound up. So he's going to try an agility check to try and get away from you, because he wants out of here. And that is the big Puma. Oh, he's got a pretty solid agility check. I'll probably roll a 1 though. 7. Okay. What is your parry?
Who?
You.
Actually, you know what? That doesn't make sense. Do an athletics check to hold him down. He rolled a 7.
And do I get the D6 additional?
You do.
Ooh.
8 and 4. 8 is enough. He tries to squirm around in amongst you to try and get away, but realizing that he cannot, he is going to try and bite you. For an 8. Does that beat your parry?
Parry is 4.
All right, so that is, he got some teeth on you that time. So that is a raise, which means I get an extra D6 on my damage.
You might want to spend a Benny to re-roll. Well, no, you don't re-roll parry. But yeah,
can you spend a Benny to force me to re-roll? I don't think so. I think it's just your rolls that Benny's working.
That wasn't a parry. That was my athletics.
Oh, that was an opposed athletics. So he could re-roll that.
I'll spend my Benny.
Okay.
But I mean, it's a pretty tough re-roll.
You did an 8. It's just your 6 wasn't. It's just less than high.
Yeah, that's going to be tough to beat. Or do I have to match it or beat it?
Match it.
Okay. Here's my Benny. Okay, no help.
Okay. So I did get you. And I rolled, so now I got to roll damage. What is your toughness?
Toughness 7.
Sorry. So I got a 13, which does have a raise, not quite 2 raises. So he did get he got some damage on you. So in this case, you take a wound, and I need you to make a vigor check to avoid being shaken.
Vigor is D10. What am I shooting for?
Beat a 4.
Oh, yeah.
Got it. All right. So you are not shaken, but you have taken a nasty bite on your left arm as you are trying to hold it.
Mhm.
That's going to affect your ability to hold on to this guy in a minute too.
Understood. And there's blood in the mix.
There's blood in the mix. All right, let's roll him. Audi.
Yes.
Three of hearts. Ellie, 10 of hearts. Callan, Queen of hearts. A lot of hearts coming up. Little Puma, Jack of spades. Big Puma, 8 of diamonds. All right, Sue, Callan, Queen of hearts.
That's crazy town. Okay. Well, I achieved what I wanted. I'm not ready to try to heal anybody. So now that maybe my grip I can feel slipping. Maybe I would let go and grab for. I mean, I'm pretty upset about being rended in the arm.
Okay.
So maybe I would try to draw on fire.
Okay. All right. So you're going to let go, pull your peacemaker, and fire point blank at the Puma.
Yeah, because I was willing to play nice, but now that I've been shredded a little bit, it's like, I'm sorry, I can't continue like this.
Totally. Your shooting is D4.
Yeah. So I do a D4 and a D6.
Yep. And you got to get a 4. Ooh, roll 4 again.
4 again.
7. And then your D6. Oh, roll 6 again. 10. All right. So you got a Benny there. Yeah, you hit him. So that's an extra D6. So you got a Colt Peacemaker. What's the damage on that?
It is.
And that's the big lion.
2d6 plus 1.
Okay. Now it's 3d6 plus 1 because of the Benny. Or because of the raise, sorry.
3d6 plus 1.
8. Okay. It has a toughness of 7. It's not shaken. So it is shaken now. It's going to try a vigor check right away to try and not be shaken, but blows it. So it is shaken, and is going to try and escape next round.
So we're just like shooting this poor cat.
Well, I mean, gunfights sort
ow.
of go like that sometimes.
Yeah.
It's not like on TV where you're shooting people from 50 yards away and hitting them with a pistol. That's really hard to do.
Right,
And
right.
I'm not used to getting my body rendered up.
That's true.
It's not my favorite thing.
All right. Other Puma, Little Puma is trying to escape. And
I think he was
can,
bleeding out, I think.
Oh, that's right. He's bleeding out. So I have to make another vigor check. Right, here we go. Oh, he's dead.
Oh, man. Okay. I was going to try to, but he died.
He bled out too fast. Yeah,
Yep.
the damage was too great.
Yep.
You didn't get because of the initiative roll, you didn't get a chance to. All right, Ellie.
Okay, so I'm gonna shoot at the Puma in front of me.
Okay.
That looks like I can see it now. And
Oh yeah,
hopefully
you've got a
can
clear
hit
shot.
it now. So that's a D8 and a D6.
Ooh, roll D6 again. Keep rolling. Oh, that's 17. 17 against parry. No, it's a shot. There's no parry. So 17 is 3 raises.
Right, but it'll only add plus 1d6 to damage.
Okay.
And the thing of it is, on damage, the only time you add a wild card adds a d6 is if it's a trait roll.
Okay.
So like on a ranged weapon, it's not really a trait roll. Now, a
Right.
melee weapon, it can be. So you don't get to roll your wild card damage, but because you rolled high enough, you'll get an extra d6 for your raise.
You get a D6 for the first raise, but since you got 2 other raises, you're going to get a crit. You're going to roll on the crit chart.
Okay.
Yes.
So I do 3d6 plus 1.
3d6 plus 1 damage.
So that's 3d6 plus 1.
Ooh.
So 15.
What did you get? 15 against. That's the big one. Toughness 7. So that is 2 raises. That's almost certainly going to kill him. Let's take a look at the chart and see what you got here. Ranged weapon. Rupture abdominal cavity. Max plus bonus plus bleed. So you shoot it in the gut. It takes several damage, and it lets out that sort of squeak that animals make at the end when they take a bullet. But your bullet has entered quite deeply into the heart and lungs of the creature. Blood is pouring out. It shudders a little bit, and then it too passes away. And at that way, we fall out of initiative. I delete all the cards, and you guys find yourself standing there. Everybody give me a quick notice check.
Well done, guys.
Notice. And I guess we need to do something for Callan because he's injured. What's notice?
I got a 3 and a 5.
It's
3 and a 5. All right, 5's enough.
D8 and also a D6. Oh, the D6 is terrible.
Okay. 6. What about you, Callan? You got a notice check for me?
Notice. I have noticed, but it's not good.
Well,
That's okay.
D6. But roll it?
Yeah.
Just the D6 or?
Just a D6. Well, D6 and a D6.
Yeah, you get your wild die.
Oh, keep rolling. All right, so 7. So yeah, so you guys, so after a moment, the pumas were making a ton of noise. There's gunshots going off, that kind of stuff. Everybody's fighting and grunting and that kind of stuff. And after the death of the larger puma, you guys are like, what just happened? We were attacked by pumas out in the middle of the thing, and you hear from the southwest the unmistakable sound of hoofbeats. Hoof prints, whatever. Is it hoof beats? Like coconuts.
yeah.
Coming through slowly. It's not galloping. It's more of not even a canter. It's just sort of walking through the bush. And you hear a man's voice from the back say, "Is everybody all right out there? Is everybody all right?
You're just in time."
I heard shots."
Yes. Small bit of trouble with some cats. Can we look at these cats and see, like, is this like some kind of like a mated pair situation? Do they look like, could there be like a den with offspring somewhere? Like any sign like one of them is female or maybe nursing?
Your guess is that this is a mated pair. There might be, it's fall. So, if they have any offspring, it's like an autumn. So if there's any offspring, they're probably at least somewhat self-sufficient, at least spring offspring. But hunting around in the dark for a puma den, that kind of stuff. In the meantime, from the southwest, you see a guy on a horse just kind of come, very slowly walking up. He kind of looks like.
Ellie,
go ahead.
I have a character note that says I am suspicious.
Okay.
And it also says the individual is paranoid. So
good. Okay.
I am not putting away my gun.
Gotcha. All right.
I'm looking for some kind of betrayal.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, this guy just kind of rolls up and he says, "Hey, whoa, little lady. I didn't mean anything by it. I heard gunshots. I was down the ways a bit. I heard some gunshots and I thought I'd come and see if anybody needed any help. Is everybody all right?" He's like, "I'm just going to get off my horse." And he sort of slides out of the stirrups onto his horse and comes kind of walking over. He's got his hands up. Now he's got a gun on him, but he hasn't drawn it. And he just kind of comes over to here.
I'm still in stealth mode.
Okay. You're sort of hanging back.
I don't want him to see me, so I'm still there in the brushes.
Okay. Let me do something real quick here. 1 second. Okay. So he's like, "My name's O'Boyle. I think I've seen you guys on the trail. I don't mean to interrupt, but I think we're probably heading the same way. I heard the gunshots and I thought I might come over and help if there was any problems." But it sounds like he kind of looks around. He's like, "Looks like you got everything in hand." "Ma'am, you mind if I put my hands down? I promise I mean you no harm."
just keep them away from your sidearm. That's all.
Understood.
It's
Slowly
dark
puts his
and-
hand. Yeah,
Yeah.
slowly puts his hands down. He's like, "Your man there is you're wounded. Is he your husband?"
No. Do you no, you're not in the character, are you?
Not your husband.
You're like some rando creature that we are traveling with.
Some random dude.
Um,
Well, that's hurtful.
O'Boyle, you said your name was O'Boyle?
Oh boy, that's right. You've heard of me?
Are you traveling alone out here?
I am. I left Denver a couple of days ago, and I'm headed east. Had a little bit of trouble out in Denver, but I figured I might have a bit more luck in the casinos to the east. I'm a gambler by trade, is why I mentioned that. He looks at he goes, well, he sort of looks over and he's like, that's a sizable cat. And I'm just proffering this. I know a place that's quite near here, where they'll pay good money for a pelt of that size.
Are we familiar with this area? Like
You're
we're
kind of just
traveling
passing through. You're sort of in West Central Kansas.
Is,
There's not a lot of stuff out here.
is there an insight check? I don't see it as a skill for me.
It would be something like
Notice?
smarts.
Mm.
I think smarts probably.
Smarts, I don't have any.
Yeah, smarts attribute.
Yeah, it's an attribute.
Oh, yeah, I'm low smarts. So I can't tell what's going on.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I definitely am wondering, like, gambler. I mean, I'm not saying, but I'm saying a gambler isn't like the flower of the, you know what I mean? It's like it doesn't introduce
Railroad.
yourself as
You
a
would prefer
gambler by
railroad
trade.
banker or something like that. Yeah.
Well, you wouldn't expect maybe to see a railroad a banker or whatever on the trail like this, but
Give me,
gamblers,
you and Callan, give me a notice check. Well, Audie too. Everybody give me a quick notice check.
Don sent you a chat in Zoom.
Oh, in
He did?
Zoom. Okay, all right. I'll go notices. D8.
Everybody's sending chats in Zoom. I can't see any of them.
I have a 1 and a 5.
Oh gosh, there's
Okay.
2. Okay.
4. Callan, you got a notice check, or do you even want to even bother? It's D6. I mean, you notice things sometimes the hard way. Remember, Gwen, you also have your wild card dice. So you roll a D6
the
too.
6. I need a 6 too. Sorry, I forgot about that.
Okay, so 4, 5 for Brian. Callan, what do you got for me?
What's your notice?
Oh, I'm sorry. My notice is only
D6.
D6.
Did you roll it?
I was chatting
Oh.
with the. I did not. Shall I roll a D6?
Please.
I guess 2d6 because the wild card. is
D6
two.
and D6.
Yep.
Mhm.
Ooh.
So
All
that's-
right, 9 and 3. Okay, so yeah, Callan, you probably get the best look. Audie, you're still stealthing in sort of in the bushes, so it's kind of hard to get a clear shot at him. But Callan, you're probably the closest, which means he's stepped into the light of the fire, and you get a good look at him. Looks like, I mean, he says he's a gambler. He does definitely have a gun on his hip, but it's got a strap over it. He's obviously he's not, that being the case, you get that he's not going to be able to like quick draw it against you guys. There's a cover snap on it. But he does look like he's been on the road for a while. I mean, you do a little bit of quick math, Denver to here now in West Central Kansas, you're talking probably he's been on the road for 4 or 5 days. That said, I mean, it makes a certain kind of sense. If he's headed east, this would be the natural path.
Right.
So it's not crazy that he runs into you. He points out, he basically points out to you guys that cat, that's a big puma. That pelt's worth something. He's like, I know a guy. I was headed to Ritter's. He goes and he mentions his Ritter's Hunter's Lodge, which is very close to here. It's about a half day's travel. He's like, I know the place, and it would be pretty easy to miss if you were just traveling and you didn't know about it. But I'm happy to guide you there if you let me share your fire and travel with you in the morning.
Yeah, that
That
seems
sounds
very,
reasonable.
yeah. We are,
Welcome, friend.
we have some lovely beans and hardtack. Sorry about the
I haven't had a
welcome.
really good fart for a long time, so those beans will go down well. I was back in Denver, it was pretty much blazing saddles the whole time, but now I've been eating hardtack, and as you know, it really sort of squeezes things together. But yeah, no, I would love to avail myself of some of your beans and just gather around your fire for a little bit and just travel with you.
And his horse looks like well cared for. Like it doesn't look like he's an abuser of animals or anything.
No, not at all. I think it's dusty and certainly dirty. He's got a sort of a well-worn feed bag that he sort of unties and ties to the horse. And he sort of scrambles him around. He's like, if you he goes if that cat there, and he's like, if you don't mind, and he kind of reaches down with two fingers and pulls out a big sort of Bowie knife. He says, I'm happy to skin it for you.
I was going to say that was going to be about the time when I would walk out of the bush.
Okay.
And go over there and grab the back legs of the puma. And
okay.
Drag it over to where the smaller one is and set to work.
Gotcha. All right. So you just sort of like, all right. So you've got the other puma though.
Right. I'm going to skin both of them.
Oh, okay. So you just kind of silently walk out of the bushes and start just sort of thing. So he's like, whoa, there's a very brief moment where you see him sort of begin to go, but then he sees that Ellie and Callan don't do anything. They're like, oh, there's our friend, and that kind of stuff. So you start going to work to him. Okay, fine. He's like, hey, looks like you got, it takes a minute for him to sort of recover, and he's like, well, looks like your friend's got that covered. So I'll just, if it's all the same to you, I'll just park myself next to your fire and warm up a little bit and avail myself of some of your beans with my gratitude and thanks.
Be welcome.
So about, once the cat is skinned and that kind of stuff, and he shares a little food, he becomes more relaxed, begins telling stories. It turns out he's been in Denver for a while, but he travels all over the place. He's an itinerant gambler. Sometimes he likes to be in the big city, sometimes he likes to move around from the little places to try and, take the locals and that kind of stuff. But he tells you that, couple of things he says, he doesn't cheat, and he's all skill, and he always makes sure to leave the local smiling, especially in the little towns. He goes, I'm the last gambler that wants to end up on the end of a rope. I'll tell you that right now. And you take farmers and sodbusters for their sheep money, and I'll tell you what, they can get awful angry with me. I learned a long time ago that that's a bad idea to rob a whole town at the poker table and then walk off without giving a little back. So I've been successful by treating the people that I win from gently. And he has a variety of stories, but seems like a genial guy. He's rough looking. He may not, you get the vibe that he may not, he's certainly embellishing a lot of stories, but you don't get like a con man vibe off of him or anything like that. You don't get the vibe that he's trying to like rob you guys or anything like that.
Okay.
If you're cautious, you may want to set up a watch or anything just to keep an eye on the guy. But
yeah, and I think that we don't want to all three of us go to sleep and trust him to do the watch, right? Like one of us should be on. Maybe we should take it in pairs,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be up for a while.
Okay.
Working on the skinning of these two cats. So
okay.
Can we do anything for Callan? Like, is there some kind of like a medicine check that we can, bind the wound on the?
Sure, absolutely. You can put some bandages on there. You might have in fact, I think Callan isn't he the so he's a man of God, so he might have some healing powers of his own that he might want to use. And remember, Callan,
within an hour, I can use my healing power.
Okay.
Power points, and I remove a wound.
Oh.
Okay, so that would bring you pretty much back to full. Now, your guess is that you're going to have you're a little scraped up, so you're going to have to put some unguent on it at some point to avoid infection. But the power of the Lord has healed you again.
I have something called protection. It's a spell.
Okay.
Or it's a power under powers. And it just says invocation and then shadow. It doesn't, there's no description of what protection. I mean, it sounds like,
I want to say it's kind of like a,
Like shield.
yeah.
Hold on, I'm looking it up here.
And I was going to make a suggestion. If anybody has healing skill, before he spends that PowerPoint, we can try and use some healing. And if you don't have it, you can still make an attempt, but it's at -2.
right. So
you-
is there a skill? Because
Healing, it's a smart based
it's
skill.
healing. Okay, I don't have healing. I have
So-
survival
What's your smarts?
D8.
Okay, so yours is better than mine. So you
Okay.
would roll a D8 and a D6.
Okay.
You would subtract 2 from each result, but all you're trying to get is a 4.
Right.
Okay. All right. So shall I do that? See if I can do any kind of
Yeah, because that
healing?
would save his PowerPoint, and I don't know
Yes.
this late at night if
It'll rotate in the next day. When at sunrise, his power will be back. He'll make his prayers, and he'll get those points back. So he's okay.
Okay.
Now,
I'm still
protection,
willing to
I
try.
believe I'm reading some. It doesn't specify the power directly, but it alludes to it. Protection seems to indicate that the number of points that you pour into protection end up becoming armor points for you from a damage standpoint.
Oh, it's only for like me.
I think it's only well, you could probably do it on somebody else. It's just the amount of power that you pour into it is the amount of protection you get.
Okay.
yeah, in necessary evil, it's used mainly like to create a force field. Something
Gotcha.
like that.
Okay.
In their magic settings, it's basically like the wizard shield type thing.
Okay.
So yeah.
Gotcha. All right, so so Audi is going to stay up and work on the cats and take the first watch. Everybody kind of, I mean, Callan's pretty tired from expending the power to heal himself, and O'Boyle seems to be very a trusting sort, because after a couple hours of telling tales, he falls asleep, and almost instantly you can hear some soft snoring from over by him. Audi, you're a little bit more paranoid. Give me a notice check when you get a chance.
Absolutely. All right. So again, that's going to be all right. So I've got a 6 and then a 5.
All right, so that's 11. Roll another 6. Keep going. And another 5. So 2 11s. You, as part of your watch, everybody's sort of resting, and you're not sure if Ellie's still awake or not. She's leaning back, but you figure you're going to make a quick perimeter and take a look around. As you get maybe 100 feet from camp, and you're just going to make a pretty big circle, off in the distance, you can see there's a bit of cloud cover. The stars from earlier have given way to a little bit of cloud cover. It doesn't look like rain, doesn't smell like rain, but you can see off in the distance, it looks like the light of a campfire. Probably, you're not too sure away, half a mile, 3/4 of a mile away. Do you want to run over there and check it out?
I would ordinarily, but
Okay.
with a stranger in camp
Okay.
and my 2 companions resting, no, I don't think I want to take that risk.
Gotcha. Well, one of the things that you do notice with your 11, which would be almost 2 raises, one of the things you do notice is that as you squint into the darkness, you can see that while there you can see the reflection of campfire light on the low clouds, what you don't see is any smoke. That tells you, or at least you suspect, that the people who made this campfire are also native. It seems to be their technique that you're familiar with.
Well, and that's another issue. So role-playing wise, as I've been skinning these cats with the pelts, I've been talking to the great cat spirit, the totem,
Okay.
Thanking it, trying to appease it.
Mhm.
And I'm going to take the remains. I'm going to move, what's left after the skin is gone, the meat, the muscle, and all that. I'm going to move that away from the campsite, because
Okay.
we don't want any critters showing up to try and go after that.
Totally reasonable.
And
I don't think you wouldn't eat a puma, would you? Probably not. You wouldn't
see
eat something
that's
like
just it. You could.
Gwen wants a pound of it uncooked.
No,
Oh,
no,
that's
that
right,
was if
yeah.
I was the Herod character.
Oh,
but
you
I'm not
didn't you didn't
Herod, so
choose that
I'm
character. Okay, okay.
You
You have to be
could,
hungry.
survivalist in you could.
Right, but it's like when you eat the apex predators, like that's where you get like what trichinosis and it's
Right. So I think it's just better to just put it out there and leave it out there. I will try and find my pemmican on the ground
Yeah,
and pick up those remnants.
yeah. It other than being a little dirty, it is completely undisturbed. It never got there to the
Listen,
pepper.
it's the old west. Everything's dirty.
Yep.
I don't know if we're taking like staggered things and I don't know how much time has passed, but like if Ellie might wake up, to take her shift, then you could explore, although that might leave you tired for the next day.
Well, here's the other thing. I'm not sure within the setting because I'm not familiar enough with Deadlands, but those, if they are natives, they're not necessarily from the same tribe as me.
Almost certainly not. What tribe would you think that you're from?
Well, if we're talking about coming from
You
Wyoming,
you guys are coming from Wyoming.
uh,
So who
maybe
is Cherokee?
probably more.
Choctaw?
I would
No,
tend to think more like Sioux.
or
Sioux,
Salem?
yeah, probably right. Yeah, I think you're probably yeah. So you're probably one of the come from one of the minor Sioux nations.
hmm And so if they're Apache or something like
Out
that,
here in Kansas, probably Pawnee.
could be. But then again, they could be passing through again. I don't know because there's so much turmoil and upheaval
Mhm.
in this version of America. So I think it's best to play it safe.
Gotcha. Okay. So you're gonna hang closer to camp. You're not gonna go over there and try and sneak up on
No,
a bunch
no,
of
not going to try and go
Native
and
Americans.
socialize.
All right,
And,
perfect.
and like I said, also there's the unknown with O'Boyle, I believe.
Oh,
Yeah.
boy, yeah.
Yeah.
Which in the which I couldn't. So his name in the book, I have to laugh, is Lance O'Boyle, which that's too ridiculous for me. So I've been referring to him as Frank O'Boyle. It's just that would be like my neighbors. You'll laugh, Brian. My neighbor's name is Robert Roberts. So
Is
his
he
parents'
Welsh?
name, yeah. I'm sorry.
Is he Welsh?
Uh,
Sorry, like
I don't
because
know
I
if he's
hear
Welsh, but we
Beyonce.
all call him Bob too.
Yeah,
Uh,
we have in my family Waddy Watkins, Watkins, Hugh Hughes,
God.
William Williams, so many. I
Real
mean,
people.
real ancestors.
If you
Well,
could,
he's Bob Roberts.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's just like we call him Bob too. He's a great dude, but I feel he's had a long time to walk around with that. So
Hugh
Yeah.
Hughes is maybe
all
my
right.
favorite.
All right. So the rest of the evening passes uneventfully. And you guys do wake up along dawn. The grasslands are coming alive. You can hear the chitter of insects. It doesn't look like out of you you do a quick check on the meat. Doesn't look like any creatures have been there, but it's only a matter of time. There's a lot of predators on the prairie. But it doesn't look like you don't find any tracks anywhere or anything. Well, Boyle's like, oh, that was fun. You get the impression that he's been on his own. So he's been sleeping a little nervous. And so a good night's sleep next to a substantive fire looks like it did him in good stead. And he says, well, I'm a man of my word, and I told you I'd take you to Zeke's Hunter's Lodge. If you'll follow me, I'll take you straight there and introduce you to Zeke. And I know that he's going to your engine there did a great job on those pelts. So I know that you're going to get. I think Zeke for a puma that size plus another one a little. I think you can probably get $20 for both of them.
I'm gonna I will have gotten up.
Okay.
And I will have prepared some breakfast.
Mhm.
I will have fried up a few strips of bacon.
Okay.
And I will hand him some and say, cat from Big Cat meat.
Oh, you're telling him that it's meat from the cat. So he's like, well, thank you, sir. And he kind of looks at it, and he looks at you and looks you can see him sort of like,
I'll put my hand on the handle of my tomahawk, acting like he better eat it.
okay, well, he eats it, and he's, then he's like, well, I gotta tell you, the puma's pretty good, isn't it? And you see him digging in, and he's as far as you can tell, he's clueless. He thinks it's puma, but now he's like, he's probably going to get to Kansas City and be like, you know what I had when I was in Kansas? Puma. If you
Tastes
haven't
like
had
bacon.
Puma, it tastes just like bacon. It's fantastic. I'm going to have a Puma tomato and lettuce sandwich. All right. Take a quick break, bio break, reload drinks, and we'll be back here in 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay, awesome sauce.
Awesome.
Awesome sauce. Here, I'll do that too, so we can.
Fun stuff.
So Brian, Sunday nights, you have the choice of either GMing a game and we will find players for you, or you can play. We're wrapping up a lot of different sessions, and so I've got one session I'm going to start playing on the second and fourth Sunday of every month. Abomination Vault. There, Gwen, what level are you guys? Third right now?
I feel like third level, yeah, third level.
Yeah, so it's fairly new into the campaign. It's Pathfinder. I'm
Okay, is that
Pathfinder
Pathfinder
second edition?
Okay.
Second edition.
I've
There's
never
another
played
guy,
that.
Mike Phillips, running a campaign with Pathfinder first edition. His is on first and third Sunday.
Okay.
And then Les is going to have two different campaigns, first and third, and second and fourth campaign also. But we can find enough players that if you want to GM, you can GM, or if you want to play, you can join one of those campaigns.
Okay. Well, I'd love to join one. Like I was saying, my issue is I'm probably going to be having surgery at some point
Right.
this summer. So I'd rather wait until I get past all that before, I committed to running a game. But I mean,
But
sure,
playing in a
I'll be-
game, you can drop in and out if you need to, right?
Yeah,
Well-
the Pathfinder game, and Pathfinder is a really interesting dynamic, like compared to 5e. There's a lot of things I really like better. Like,
Mhm.
but I think are there 6 of us? Are there 7 of us? So it actually is really nice because, like, if someone can't make it because, whatever their mom calls and they gotta, take the phone or whatever, it's nice to have like the coming in
Right.
extra.
I think there's only 5 of us right now in Abomination Vault.
Oh, is there?
You, Tom, Beth, Kevin,
Steve
Schindler, and John Velker. Oh, so there's
Yeah.
6.
But did something happen and he was going to be out for a little while? He's going to miss?
He should be able to play again now.
Okay.
Well, I've played first edition Pathfinder. I haven't played second, but I'd love to try it.
It's different, but enough similarities where everyone can help you, help you out with stuff. And
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Well, Sunday evening, is that a bad time to sit in, or?
What are we doing this Sunday evening? Oh, tomorrow, or not tomorrow. Sunday is A-Team. That would be a great time.
Wait.
So A-Team, so we're running Pathfinder first edition A-Team on Sunday. A-Team is colloquial. We're running the Wrath of the Righteous adventure path, and they're actually within
towards the
probably
end.
Yeah, we're at practically the very end. So we're within probably 3 to 4 sessions of completing the adventure path entirely. So they're in the soup. But yeah, that'd be a great one. I'll make sure that you get the Roll20 invite and pop on, and you can watch us too. There's also, I sent you via email the link to the YouTube channel.
Yes.
So I'll just probably see it. Can you guys see YouTube right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
This aged great. Ski school.
Oh, there's that this age great place. It's a couple of guys making fun of movies from like the 70s, 80s, and 90s about how their catchphrase is the past was doing its best, because they talk about how terrible these movies are. But so this is the channel.
Oh my gosh, somebody runs Traveler?
Well, we did for about 5 years, Little Black Book Traveler. So we videotaped it. So we've got
I want to play.
We just ended it about what, 3 months ago, 4 months ago.
Yeah, about that.
So
Please bring it back.
No,
we played. Yeah, no, we worked those little black books as hard as we could.
we did for 5 years.
For 5 years. Yeah. So this is A Team. So we started this. Well, we started recording it in 21. No, earlier than that, probably.
Okay.
What is
20.
team?
A
Pardon?
Team is 19. Was it as early as? Yeah, we have some in
A Team
18.
is Pathfinder First Edition, Wrath of the Righteous.
Yeah, Wrath of the Righteous. So we've got how many in here? 118 sessions.
Wow.
Of Wrath of the Righteous. But we also we've been doing, also we have B Team, which started out as a sort of series of like Pathfinder Society one-shots, and it was mostly for people. We initially tried to do it out to sort of like get people to sort of try out new combination, new multi-classes, and we were playing at F6, which means you get to 6th level and that character's out. You have to start again at first.
Oh, right.
But everybody hated that, and our friend Gordon threw up such a stink that we ended up just going to like, okay, you can do this, which Don was really pissed about because he was the first one that I made change characters, and then we changed.
You made me
so
leave the game.
I made him leave the game. And then they were like, we want a regular campaign. So now we're doing War of the Burning Sky from End World, and that's going to go on forever. That thing's like 12 books long, and we're on book like 3. So that's B Team. And then we had Quarantine with the Classics. So during quarantine for COVID, me and a bunch of guys, and Tom's in quarantine with the Classics. But we had decided that we were going to, so one of the things that I had done was I wanted to learn from a DM standpoint, the 5e rules. I had played it a couple of times, but I never DM'd it. So we got together a bunch of guys on Saturday nights during quarantine because everybody was quarantined. They couldn't go anywhere. We were all stuck, and we started doing 5e, but old school AD&D modules from the like the 80s, from the 80s. So we did, we started with Village of Hamlet. We did the Salt Marsh trio, so Secret, Sinister Secret, Danger at Dunwater, and the one with the Sahuagin. And then we did which was probably in my opinion, the pinnacle of that campaign was we did Castle Amber. That took like 20 sessions for us to do because I really expanded the traveling through Averone and stuff like that. Then we got into Against the Giants, so we did all 3 Against the Giants. Then we did the Underdark ones, so we did all 3 of the Underdark ones. We did not do Queen of the Demon Web Pits, but we just recently finished Vault of the Drow, and now we're wrapping up that campaign with straight up open roll Tomb of Horrors. So I'm running through Tomb of Horrors, and it's straight up open roll. If you die, you die, and that's going to be the end of that campaign. And then we're going to do, when that stops, we're going to do, as on a regular basis, we're going to do Curse of Strahd for Pathfinder 2. So cool. So right now I have 7 players for Curse of Strahd.
Okay.
But man, 8 would be tough, but I would think if you wanted to get in that, we might be able to make it work. But that's 8 players, so I'm just letting you know.
I'd be willing. I'd be willing to play a torchbearer.
All right.
The Curse of Strahd will be like the 1st and the 3rd.
We'll be doing two Sundays a month for Curse of Strahd.
Because Don's game, our game is the basement, the bother basement.
Abomination Vault. Bother Basement is what I nicknamed it.
Yeah.
We're only playing the 2nd Sunday right now, but soon it'll be the 2nd and 4th Sunday.
Right. I'll be continuing on with War of the Burning Sky, and Don's campaign will be going on my days for War of the Burning Sky since he's not in that campaign and I'm not his campaign. So it'll work out. But you guys will end up playing every Sunday night, either in my campaign or in Don's campaign.
That'd be pretty cool.
Right.
So it like on the game that's Sunday night, the old school Pathfinder, what level character, what kind of character would the group need?
For Curse of Strahd?
No, for the Sundays.
For the Abomination Vaults. I think we're level.
Well, they're all on Sundays. So mine's 2nd edition. Anything would work.
I think he's saying what level.
I
Oh,
think
what
we're-
level?
I think we're
Third.
third level.
Okay.
I can
Third.
check actually.
Okay. And that's this Sunday.
What is
No.
this Sunday? This is the
Wrath.
third Sunday, isn't it?
Next Sunday.
No, this Sunday is 18.
Yeah, this is Wrath this Sunday.
That's the
Wrath
first
of the
edition.
Righteous. So just come and watch this Sunday.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
Cool. But yeah, we have all our, so we have one shots, we have in one shot spam a lot, we have B team, there's a bunch of in the Classic Traveler. However, how many episodes of that did we do? 48 videos of Classic Traveler. So it was
Which episode is Josh?
it was a shit show. Oh God, Josh, when he rage
So
quit.
who
Yeah.
ran
So
that?
we don't talk about that. I ran it.
Oh wow.
So we did it we started out with Little Black Books, Traveler, and we took that as far as we could. But the reality was a 1978 RPG it isn't sufficient for a modern role-playing game. It just isn't.
Right.
And so we ran into a lot of problems. We eventually what we did was we switched over to Cipher System because I'd always wanted to run Monty Cook's Cipher System, and I'd always been intrigued by it, and I always wanted to run it. So we did it for Traveler, sort of in probably the last third of those.
Last third, yeah.
Yeah.
So have y'all played Numenera?
I've not, but I've got all the stuff. It looks really cool.
Dude.
Is it good?
Oh, I love it.
Oh, cool. You know what I have played a little bit of, which I really like, but is a wild ride, is Invisible Sun.
Yes.
Have you played it?
Yes.
It's super fun. But
Yes.
I was doing play by post on Invisible Sun, and it was just a pain in the ass because everything I wanted to do took 47 pages of writing.
Oh yeah.
And I just couldn't. Yeah, I was running out of time. I'm already doing 70 different things.
I know. You know, I'm gonna tell you what's a fun game, a blast from the past, and another company took it and made a new kind of updated, is Metamorphosis Alpha.
Really?
Yes.
Who redid it?
I'd have to look it up. I'll send you the PDF.
Yeah, let me know.
Okay,
Yeah,
you guys got to get back on this game if you want to finish anything.
Oh, we're never going to finish. No, that boat has sailed. So this part,
yeah, Brian knows this well.
Just for my timeline. So we started at 7:30. It's now after, or 8:30. It's now after 10. So it's 2.5 hours. I have allotted 45 minutes for the encounter that you guys just did. So do the math on that.
We're making progress.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You guys are doing great.
I mean,
You're doing great.
I consumed a lot of time with the talking to my mom. I'm sorry.
No,
but
it's, no,
like-
it's,
You know the
it's
last,
not at all.
You know the last 2 hours of our play is when we complete everything.
Well,
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Can we meet again sometime to,
This
Finish
is
this?
cool.
because this is a great adventure. I really like this.
We could, maybe we could make that work. I'd have to find a time, but yeah, we could make that happen. It can't be tomorrow because I'm going to the St.
We
Louis.
can
Hey.
find,
No,
we
but
can find a
sometime.
fifth Sunday.
I don't think I can do-
Fridays are pretty cool.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
going to the St. Louis Scottish games tomorrow. So
Oh, really?
Right.
yeah, represent
Flavor
Clan
Town.
Moffat. St. Louis
Fridays
Scottish.
are
I haven't
pretty
been to it. It's going to be very cool. They're going to throw logs. I'm going to eat haggis. It's going to be fantastic. I can't wait.
Wait, you're gonna eat haggis?
That's the plan. I got to try it. It's my
Indeed.
ancestral dish. It's the great food of my people.
You must let us know how that goes.
I'm sure it's going to be repugnant, but I can't go and not. Some things are moral imperatives. Anyway,
Don, give him some Fireball and the what is the butterscotch stuff called again? McGillicuddy. What's it
Dr.
called?
McGillicuddy.
Yeah,
Dr. McGillicuddy's.
You're gonna need that.
All right, so you guys begin taking off, and O'Boyle sort of like takes the lead, and he goes in a different direction that you guys were. I mean, it's not it's not radically different off the compass points, but the likelihood is as you guys travel, the realization that you probably would have missed this place if he's not leading you into some kind of trap is pretty obvious. You probably would not have seen it, but. About the time you think, where is this guy taking us? You come over a rise and you see sort of in a small, not valley, but like a small dip in the ground. We're in the Great Plains after all, so these dips are not super dippy. You see a large place with a sign on it that says Ritter's Inn, and a corral outside and a couple of outbuildings as you go by.
I will say to Callan, I will say, Kimosabi. Do you trust this man?
I am perhaps too trusting,
That's true.
but I do.
All right.
So
Then
it's a. Oh, go ahead.
no, then he lives for now.
Awesome. All right. So yeah, O'Boyle's like, that's the place. I'll introduce you to old Zeke. We'll get something to wash the dust off our thing. It was I owe you for letting me share your campfire. So I've got the first round. How about that? You can see he sort of like gives his horse a little kick and he begins heading trotting down there. You see people. There's a couple of guys outside at the thing. There's a couple of horses in the like sort of makeshift corral. And they're sort of dealing with those horses. There's another guy sort of wandering around out back. He's like getting a bucket of water and kind of moving along. There's a hand pump out there. It looks pretty sedate, generally speaking. The day's hot. Even though it's only late morning, you can tell that the Kansas sun is going to be burning bright, even though it's autumn. And frankly, a glass of beer or a small whiskey might just hit the spot. Plus, you can, as you get closer, you can smell what smells pretty good. Somebody's cooking something back there, so there's going to be food. Tom, you got a question?
Yes, Herschel Callan is going to periodically get an eye on that 6-shooter on our friend, and just make sure that the strap isn't surreptitiously unsnapped at any point. And if it is, right?
Okay, you're just going to keep an eye on him. Give me a notice check.
Yeah. 6. 2 D6s. D6 and
Yes.
another one.
Oh
Yes.
yeah.
Hmm.
All right, yeah. I mean, you get a look at him. It's hard for where. I mean, he's sort of like his moved ahead, so it's hard to get a look at his gun side. I mean, you have. What you can tell is that he hasn't made a ton of moves that would, to your eyes, indicate that he is either unstrapped or is preparing for a gunfight.
So do we when we're approaching this place, do we
Mhm.
see, do we see like really busy tracks? Do we see like a lot of tracks, like
There's a
people leaving en masse and arriving en masse? Like I'm
like
wondering,
wagon train ruts and stuff like that.
I was thinking more like a gang of outlaws. I'm suspicious, right?
Well,
So I'm looking for like, is there any inkling that this is some kind of a, they go out and rob trains or whatever.
And bring it
comes
back here.
Because he said it was not like it was off the beaten path.
Right.
It is definitely off the beaten path.
And that
I mean,
makes
it's not super far, but it's not on the trail line that you guys would have taken. You guys are headed to Kansas City, so you guys are sort of making a beeline. It's a little bit sort of south as you go east, so it's down and more towards the southern border. But I mean, it's not that far.
Right.
But yeah, no, I mean, you don't see anything obvious. There's a fair amount of tracks on the ground. And you do see the ruts of the of the occasional wagon, but
Okay.
nothing that seems to set you off from the point of view of like this is an outlaw hideout. I mean, they're sort of just like out in the open. There's just there's nothing around it.
Right.
All right.
And it seems like well kept. There's like, if there's animals, they don't look abused or
No, not at all. I mean, as you pass the little corral, there's actually a young man that comes running out, and you reckon him about 13 age. Yeah, he's like, welcome to Ritter's. Would you like me to take your horses? And he's sort of reaching. Boyle jumps off his horse. He's like, here you go, boy. You probably remember me from the last time I was here. It was a while back, but you were just a knee high to a grasshopper back then. He kind of ruffles his hair, and the kid's like, sure, I remember you. You can tell that the kid doesn't remember at all. So yeah, he's like, oh, of course. They work for tips here. So he grabs his horse and he's like, and O'Boyle sort of flips him a coin, and the kid snatches it out of the air, and he takes his, and he's yelling over, I'll take care of your horses here in a minute. He runs over. O'Boyle's like I said, first is on me. He's like, Senior, he's like, I never got your name, but oh, Mr. Stewart, you're Mr. Stewart, right? You may want to bring those pelts. Well, I'll introduce you to old Zeke.
Oh, right.
And so he goes in.
Okay. Well, I guess we.
Let's see. If
My gear also lists a black horse, chaps, and a saddle. Presumably, the saddle is on the horse, and the chaps are on Ellie.
Yep. Now, would those be the assless kind or regular chaps?
I mean, I think you got to wear pants under them because they only help
Sometimes.
right, not the Chippendales kind, right? Tearaway ones, no.
Depends on the day. Sometimes there's a parade.
Right. But I don't know if I actually have a horse or not, and if I have to pay.
No, you have a horse. Yeah,
at
we
my
all have
horse.
horses attack and
Oh,
that
we
kind
all
of stuff.
have
And the
horses.
boy comes over and he's a little skittish about your black horse because there's obviously something about that black horse that gives him pause. But he's a staunch kid and he's like, I'll take it. And he grabs the bridle and that kind of stuff as you dismount. It helps you dismount if you need that. The same for the rest of you. Audi has, I'm sure, some sort of palomino that he rides saddleless with only perhaps a bridle, no bit, in the tradition of his forebears. Callan probably has a plain but serviceable saddle on a large horse, Callan being a large man. So he probably wants something a bit akin to a destrier. But everything seems normal. Zeke has already gone in.
Okay.
You can see that there is a large. So as you walk across the front of the thing, you can see that there's a very small door on the side, but there's a fairly large window that you have to pass by to. Why is this doing this?
So we definitely want to peek in the window before we enter, just to see, get us how many people, what kind of
if this
people.
works, you should be able to look in. All right, so you guys are heading from here. Let me make this a little smaller. Can you guys see the tavern? So you guys are heading in from this direction. This is the direction of the stables. Is in this direction.
Okay.
See the arrow?
Yeah.
The entrance is over here.
Okay.
But as you pass by, there's this window, and it's very reminiscent of sort of like the old medieval towns where you have the homes of the craftsmen, where the windows sort of like bifurcate, opening up. So it's almost like a shop window, except for it's inside. So there is an awning that comes out, but as you look through the window, you see there's like a little table that's right up against the window, and it's held up by these stakes, and there's some things in there. It doesn't look super populated, but there are a couple of guys at a table, a couple of guys at the bar, another guy serving them drinks and talking to them. There's a woman who's grabbing drinks from behind, and she's coming around the edge, and another guy sitting in what looks like a desk of some sort over there. You can see in a general sense there's some sort of stairway going downstairs, and there's a large thick curtain sort of across it, but this is an open sort of railing, so you can sort of see down there. You can tell there are stairs. It's just like a little curtain that's drawn across there to sort of block the walkway, but it doesn't block the viewway, if you get my meaning.
Okay. And is there any sense this is because you said it was like the old timey merchants, so people, maybe the shop was downstairs and the people lived upstairs, or is it like an inn?
It's more just like the shape of it. It's reminiscent of those sort of medieval shop windows, but in this case, the only thing that you suggest that might be here is like you would be able to put stools out here on the other side and serve beers through the window, that kind of thing, or drinks through the window. But they're not doing that now.
Right. Is it because of the what we're in the summertime? It's
autumn, but it's still quite hot.
Okay. All right. And then as we go in, does it seem like the clientele is I mean, when we get I guess we get to stop
almost
here.
Entirely male. So if you take a peek, give me a quick notice check. I'll tell you.
Notice is D8. Oh, it's terrible. Do I do a 6 as well?
You
or-
do as well, yeah. Always a 6. All right, still
It's
terrible.
terrible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of look around and you're like, okay, well, there's some dudes in there. About the time you're standing there, Boyle kind of comes. Oh, Boyle hasn't waited for you guys. He comes around. He's like, "Hiya, boys, how's it going?" And he's like, "Hey," and I'm gonna fuck up the name here. Hold on a second. Hey, Jack, set up. I got my friends coming in, and they'll be here in a minute. And now you can see he screwed that up. So hold on a second. I'm assuming you're seeing St. Louis again there. So he rolls up to the bar and right in the middle of those guys. And he's like, I got some friends here. He's like, hey, Zeke. And I got some new friends I want to introduce you to. They have something you might be interested in. And the guy at the desk sort of kind of like turns around and kind of ups over. He's like, I see it's you, old Boyle. What friends have you talking about? He's like, well, they're coming in, that kind of stuff. And he sees you guys kind of like heading into the ring. Everybody stops. There's only like maybe a half dozen other people in here. Bartender sort of is like, oh, Boyle, he's like, beer for you. He's like, yeah, set me up. And I got a round. And he's like, and he goes, and you know what? I got a round for all you fellas too. And he points to the guys and he's like, all right, I know. So the guy behind this guy here begins setting up drinks for everybody.
Yeah.
This lady comes around and is talking with these guys. What do you have? And that kind of stuff. And they're like, hey, little lady, that kind of stuff. And they refer to her as Lily, and the bartender as Jack. And they begin a thing. And O'Boyle comes out with a little pouch that has a fair amount of what look to be, banknotes, which he pulls a few off and slets on the thing. It's a pretty substantive wad. He sets on there and he says, you keep that, Jack. You've always done me right.
Wow.
Do I feel like it's going to be safe for me to go in there?
From a Native American standpoint, you don't see any other Native Americans in there, but
Right.
O'Boyle didn't say anything like you should be careful or anything like that. So probably fine. Your guess is that, I mean, you're pretty far from your home territory, but up in Montana, depending on the place, Native Americans were welcomed in certain areas. Certainly not, in Helena, some of the bars in Helena, but out in the field. And this is, this place is nothing if not out in the field.
Right. I mean, I
think-
guess I could ask too, like I could ask, I guess Lily, I could, as I'm walking over, say, we travel, our friend that, is native, right? He's indigenous. So there's no problem, right?
She's like, no, honey, we allow everybody here. Everybody's welcome here. But Audi, give me a quick notice check before you go in.
Okay. My notice is D6, so let's roll 2-0. So a 3 and a 2.
Okay. All right. So
if-
you go in and everything seems, I mean, you get a couple of the guys at the table kind of give you the hairy eyeball, but nobody says anything. And Zeke comes over and
one is
says,
Zeke?
oh, Boyle, this one right here, the one that's standing next
Oh,
to
that's
O'Boyle,
easy.
standing right next to you. And so he looks like this.
Well, I've also got that danger sense, so I would have +2 to pick up on, if
Okay.
I think these guys might jump me. So that would make it a 5 and a 4.
You don't get a jump sense. I mean, a little bit of vibe, just the natural sort of antipathy that occurs with whites and natives at this time in Western America. But you don't get this vibe that they're going to try and jump you right here in the bar.
Well, I'm just going to carry the pelts in and I'll stay just inside the door.
Okay. That's the door to the shitter there.
Yeah. Well, show me the front door again.
That one. This right here. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you see it?
Yeah, I
The
did.
double doors are right here.
Yeah. Okay.
You can see that is the
privy.
the dunny.
The privy.
All right. So and you've got the thing. So this is let me see if this works. Yeah, so this is Ritter, and he has one of the things you notice immediately about him is he has a very strong German accent. So he goes over to O'Boyle. He's like, O'Boyle, I see you have returned. It's good to see you. How have you been? It's been many days. And O'Boyle kind of claps him on the shoulder. He's like, Zeke, my man, I have been all over the place, but mostly Denver. And he begins rolling into some story. And Zeke is obviously bored with this. And so in the traditional German fashion, he literally turns his back on O'Boyle while he's talking and goes to you, Ellie, and says, but you are new here. Are you friends of Mr. O'Boyle?
We met him actually last evening. We had a bit of trouble with some large cats, but it was fortuitous in a way because we brought the pelts. So Boyle thought that you might have use of them here.
You have some pelts that you wish to sell me. Yes, that is good because I am a expert taxidermist. He looks over and says, ah, indeed, you have brought. Let me examine these. And he goes over. So he immediately kind of like passes everybody by and goes to Audi. He's like, I beg of you my pardon, sir, but may I examine those pelts to see if they are of good quality?
I'll just nod.
Thank you. And he reaches out. And he's like, you have done a splendid job of removing. I see you managed to get them before the glands and the legs were did the thing where they explode. Yes, that is good. It means the tannins will be good. At some points he's like sniffing it and stuff like that. He's like, excellent quality. He goes, I have very much suspicion that this is the pelt of a puma that has been harassing many of the local sheepsmen and the farmers from around here. So you have done a yeoman's work here. I much appreciated. Would you be willing to sell this to me? Indeed. Would a price of $25 be satisfactory? It's a good price.
He was like a good price.
Yeah.
I have no idea what pelts are worth.
I believe that's the going rate.
Indeed, I will take them. Lily, retrieve $25 from the back and give it to this man. He was like, if you don't mind, I will take the pelts myself. Thank you.
I will do the thing where I'll spit in my hand and reach out to shake his.
Indeed.
Germans love that.
We are adept in the ways of spitting. And he takes the pelts from you, and soon the woman who is running around the bar, she comes back and she's got a small stack of banknotes, which she hands to you. It's $25. He, on the other hand, kind of goes. He goes to the bar and he says, "Jack, I want you to give our new friends a free drink on the house after Mr. O'Boyle pays for the drink that he has already done, and then we find out if they wish to stay in the evenings." Or if they will be traveling on. And then he goes over here, over by the curtain. He whisks it across and then takes off down the stairs and eventually disappears.
With the pelts?
With the pelts.
Okay.
In the meantime, the bartender Jack and the girl Lily are throwing drinks around. O'Boyle's bought around. Zeke's bought around. Jack's like, if you guys want something to eat, we've got some good stew on the fire. We've got a few things going on. I've got a couple of grouses in the back and maybe a little leftover pickled pheasant from the other day. If y'all are hungry, we can hook you up.
The stew's what smells so good, right?
It is, yeah.
It would be a welcome change from beans and more beans.
Herschel is ready for some stew.
Okay.
I will give each of my companions $10 and I will keep 5.
Okay.
Is there any chance of fresh bread with that stew?
I'd have to check the back. We do have a little sourdough in the back, but there might be something. Lily, do we have any sourdough? She's like, how the fuck do I know if we have any sourdough? You know, and it's like, well, go and take a look. And she's like, I'm fucking busy. So he's like, just a second. So he runs back and he comes back out with a loaf of sourdough and a serrated knife. He's like, here, help yourself. And I'll dish up the stew. He gives him 3 big bowls of stew and he brings them over to this table right here where there's conveniently 3 chairs and sets them down along with the drinks. O'Boyle at this point has seemingly forgotten you guys and is now regaling the two dingleberries on either side of him with a variety of tales of his daring do in Denver. And before that, he says, I was at Salt Lake and, all these other things. And I've have you ever been to Seattle? Never. I've never been to Seattle. You guys? Oh, let me tell you all about it. It's right on the, he's talking to Blue Streak.
Wow.
After a
And
couple of minutes.
Can
Go
we
ahead.
hear the sort of general conversation of what other people are talking about?
Well, these guys, so yeah, kind of. I mean, these guys at the bar with O'Boyle are sort of talking. He's like, they're like, you did not, Frank, what are you, crazy? Oh, no, I absolutely did, blah, blah, blah. The three guys at the table are sort of like much more quiet. Every once in a while, some low talk, and they seem like they're making an effort not to be overheard, even though there's a grand total of like 10 people in this room.
Right.
They're sort of talking in low tones, and every once in a while you see sort of a look over at you guys. Ellie, you get a couple of looks. I mean, you think that at first those looks might be somewhat salacious, but once they get a handle on what you might be, then it's somewhat nervous and somewhat antagonistic. Witchery doesn't have a place here, you imagine, but nobody says anything to you guys, and they certainly also recognize Callan as a preacher of sorts. So I'm just moving you guys over to the table. Audi, I'm assuming you're gonna go over to the table eventually.
Maybe Audi would sit by me, and Callan would be brave to have his back to the Yahoos randos at the table behind us.
Works for me.
Sorry. You're probably not afraid of being Jesse James.
I mean,
well,
sure.
She's putting your back at hazard. That Wichita witch, that godless witch is putting you at hazard again. So everything seems to sort of calm down. Boyle is at the bar, drinks are flowing. The stew's good, quite good. Although it's got a taste to it that you're not 100% sure what it might be. But one of the things that you notice is that there is a fair amount of taxidermy around here. So I'm just going to, first of all, I want to introduce you to Jack and Lily. So this is Jack and Lily, and they're serving drinks in the place. They have a nice bar, and there seems to be a lot of crowd in there for this particular place, but that's what they look like. But also, I want to show you the inside of the place. So the inside of Ritter's is a bit strange. It's different from other bars because in the shelves and stuff behind the bar, there's a lot of taxidermied animals. And what's even more interesting is some of these taxidermied animals are not animals, but seem to be sort of conglomerations of pieces of different animals that have been stuck together. Like this guy over here, he's part armadillo, part jackrabbit, but he's got some little short, maybe goat horns stuck to him. So not only do you get the impression that Mr. Ritter is a taxidermist, but he's also a bit of an experimenter, a bit of a scientist, bit of an artist when it comes to this stuff.
And do I recognize like the meat in the stew?
Give me a notice check.
Notice is D8. I haven't been very good at noticing things.
I'm also curious about the stew.
I'm probably tired from traveling.
3 to 4. Okay. Did
Ooh.
Well, sorry, I got a new mouse and it's got a back button on it, so I keep throwing myself out of roll 20.
Hey guys, I'm finally losing power, so I'm gonna drop off.
All right, bud.
Bye, Don.
Take care, guys.
Join us, man.
Good luck. Hopefully they can get the power back for you soon.
Hopefully. Yep.
Good to see
100%
you,
agree.
brother.
Good
Take
seeing
care,
you.
man. All right. So Callan, you rolled an 8, and Ellie, you rolled a 4. Ellie, you could definitely taste venison. Probably roe deer from which are common in Kansas. You also taste a little of what feels like buffalo meat. It's got that gamey thing to it. Callan, your palate is a little bit more sophisticated. You get venison, you get buffalo, you also get pheasant, some other kind of bird, probably grouse that he mentioned earlier, possibly pigeon. Although out here in Kansas, God knows where we got pigeon. You only remember the taste from when you were back in Chicago, where pigeons are rife and frankly scared. But there's more than one meat in here, but it does seem savory and healthy, and it's got a great deal of vegetables in it. Frankly, considering where you guys are, you're wondering where the supplies are coming from. But your guess is, I mean, it probably makes sense. He mentioned some of the farmers earlier. He probably takes some of those farmers' supplies in trade. Your guess is that there are hunters here. They're either selling to the taxidermist who pays good money, or they're bringing food here to exchange it for money. For whatever reason, certainly Herr Ritter seems well funded. But you don't detect anything in there that gives you pause.
Okay, that's good.
All right. After a few minutes, maybe 10, 12 minutes, you hear the curtain go open again, and Herr Ritter comes out, and you can see he's kind of going like this. He brings the curtain back over, and he comes back over to the table. He's like, I want to thank you for for the pelts. I had a chance to examine them downstairs in my workshop, and they are of quite high quality. I think you have done this region a great favor. There are many puma attacks on the outlying farms around here later. And he gives kind of a look to Ellie, and he says, have you been here before, madam?
I don't think I have. Have I been here before? We were from Wyoming.
Correct.
We're traveling to Wichita?
Kansas City.
Kansas City, okay. But we are sort of near Wichita right now.
Yeah, if you mean a couple of days travel, but yeah, a ways from Wichita.
Okay.
Wichita, which I think is just more along the lines of, you don't necessarily have to be from Wichita, you just take your training from there.
Okay. It's like
an accolade rather than, it's like being a Harvard grad. You don't have to be from Harvard to have gotten a Harvard degree.
That we're from the Big Sky country.
There you go. And he's like, you look very familiar to me. And there's a moment where he sort of reaches out and then obviously checks himself. You weren't exactly sure what he was about to do, but he was like, it was almost like he was going to, and it wasn't like he wanted to like caress you. It was more like he was wanting to like poke you. And I mean that in the purely most innocent sense of the word.
Right. That's like
yeah, but it was weird. It wasn't you did not get like a harassing vibe or a sexual vibe off of it. It was clinical almost.
When he reaches out like that to touch her.
Mm-hmm. He doesn't actually touch her. You can see he's like,
I know.
He gets about halfway there and he checks himself. Like,
right,
I can't do that.
But as he starts to,
mm-hmm.
I will put my hand on my tomahawk.
Okay. And he notices, I mean, he's like, my apologies. It's been a long time since I have seen someone with as fair a skin as yours. It's quite beautiful and quite dense. There's very few pores. You must forgive me. I speak of these things as a taxidermist. It's probably quite awkward to hear. I apologize.
Taxidermy many people's skins?
Do you see any?
I do not, although I see some magnificent creations of other animals.
Well, yeah, you see that. He's like, oh, you've seen my my art. It really is an art that I learned a very long time ago at when I was still yet in Deutschland. I learned the taxidermist art at my father's knee, and I learned a great many things. He was a great artist, and my pitiful attempts to reproduce some of from the great works that he's done are I fall very short of my father's expertise. But it is my hope that someday, through experience and through the wonderful diversity of animals that we have here in your America, that I will eventually reach and attain his level of expertise and reproduce perhaps some of the work that I remember from my youth. It is nice of you to notice such things. Most of the men here, and he sort of gestures widely, most of the men here have no idea about art. To them, art is the counting the bubbles in the beer.
Well, I imagine it's actually very difficult to find appropriately proportioned animals to merge together. For instance, in that example right there of it looks like part armadillo maybe, and part raccoon. What are the
He pauses and his eyes sort of widen, and you can see that he's growing excited. He's like, you have a very good eye for these things. It's very rare for me to encounter someone with the who has an understanding of the framing and the proportions that are necessary. You are schooled in this art? You have done the taxidermy before?
Obviously, when you're on the trail and you're hunting and you find animals, you can only imagine as you clean their pelts, or if you strip the meat, their carcasses and the bones. Some arms bones are very heavy, and some
you are exactly right. It is so rare that I find somebody who understands what it is I do. You have a unique eye, madam, and I appreciate you here. And he waves. Jack, make sure that this young lady has everything that she needs. Perhaps if you before you leave my humble inn, you would perhaps take a look at some of the other aspects of my collection. Obviously, I have done this for a great many years, and I do not put every single one of my collection out on the shelves for everyone to see. Some of my art is how they say in Europe, avant-garde. Yes. So some of it is strange and unusual, but I feel like I am pushing the envelope. I would love to show that to you sometime.
Do you have a separate atelier where you work?
Oh, indeed. In the basement of this place, I have my workshop and some of my other creations. I think it would be my honor to show you these things sometime later this evening, perhaps.
Yeah, I would very much enjoy seeing the process that you use to preserve. And
he almost melts in his chair. He's like, it would be my very great honor to show you the process and that I go through. This is you must understand, this is so rare. I am so gratified that you have come. This seems to be a boon from the gods that have come to me today. Anyway, enjoy yourself. I have some work to do, but we will revisit this conversation very soon. And he stands up and goes away. But he obviously, as he sort of goes back to his desk, you can see the rest of you, Callan and Audi, you see he looks back at Ellie. Seems like sort of like she's in her stew and having another drink, but he keeps looking back at her and that kind of thing. He's obviously on her mind. At that point, you're like, this guy's freaking me out. At that point, you hear a scream and you look over and it's Lily, and she's talking to this guy over here. And it's apparent that he has done something untoward, because she backs off. You can see her sort of like flouncing her skirts. And she's like, that is it. I have had it with all of you. You have treated me as if I was your own personal piece of meat around here for too long. Ritter, I quit. She throws down her apron and runs out and stomps out the door. Out to the side. Ritter stands up and he's like, Jack, is there something wrong? And Jack's like, Lily, he's like, oh, indeed. So Ritter comes across here and he talks to this guy, and they're talking in low tones, and the guy's like, and the guy's like, and he's like, okay. He's like, go on now, says Ritter. And they both, all these guys sort of stand up and head outside.
Because Ellie, when she heard the scream, she would have also risen to her feet, but they all leave.
Well, they go outside. You can't see them. I don't have a ton of map here, but
Can we also sort of move around the table so we can see like what direction Lily went and like
they've
they're
headed
not
toward
pursuing her?
all 4 of them headed towards the corral.
Okay,
But beyond that, I mean,
I
without
wanna-
actually going to the window and kind of going like this, you would not be able to see them.
Yeah, I wanna make sure that they're not gonna pursue her and do something.
Madam, Madam Ellie, it is okay. Miss Lily, I understand her consternation. These boys are often quite lonely boys. And they have problems that they tend to get a bit frisky. She quits twice a week, but believe me, she will come back. I have sent them out to apologize, which I trust that they will do, and I will everything. But everything is fine.
How many went out
They
there?
will retrieve her.
How many went out there?
3.
No, I'm going and I'm following.
Okay.
Yeah,
Me too.
I feel like I appreciate that you don't allow the molestation of your employees, but as one woman, I feel that I must make sure that she in fact is safe from those men, and once they're not under your watchful eye, they don't try to further abuse her. So
That's right.
All right. So
out there.
Audi, you're going outside. Ellie, you're going outside as well.
Me too.
Yeah.
All you guys are going outside, and Ritter's like, gentlemen, please, I assure you, everything is under control.
I am going to give him a glare.
Okay. Is that a power of yours?
I have intimidation.
There you go. Okay, so you're gonna you just try and back him off a little bit. Ooh, yeah. I mean, you give him a glare, and he's like, well, please, I mean no harm. If you wish to go outside, of course you may.
Making my way outside.
All right, Ellie, as you go outside, you're the first one out, and you can see that those 3 guys have sort of cornered Lily against the wall, and they seem to be like very close to her, and they're talking. You're not sure what they're having, but she's obviously, to your eyes, she's obviously frightened.
Yeah, I'm gonna go
Audi,
right.
I need a notice check from Audi and Callan. So Ellie, you're focused on what's going on with the girl. You're headed that way. Callan and Audi, I need a notice check when you guys go outside.
All right. I'm going to be using my danger sense if that's applicable.
Okay. It might be.
She's this way.
Okay.
So that would be 7 and 5.
7 and 5. Okay. Yeah. So one of the things as you guys step out off in the distance, on the other side of the corrals, you see a couple of people. There's a couple, and they're, to your eyes, Audi, they are obviously Pawnee. Now they're on the other side, but they are watching sort of from the other side of the horses, watching what's going on. One of them seems to be watching what's happening with the girl. The other one is definitely watching the door of Ritter's Inn.
The door that we just came out?
The door you guys just came out of. They have bows and arrows and various kinds of accoutrements. You might be armed as well with guns.
Ooh.
But they look pretty staunch to your eyes, Audi.
All right. I'm proceeding straight towards the woman who's surrounded by these other 3.
Okay.
And I will go over there.
One has a bow. The other one has a club and a pistol. Looks like a Colt.
Okay. As I approach the woman, I will make a coughing noise.
Okay. All right. The 3 guys turn around, hands on guns, and they're like, well, if it isn't the little lady from inside and her Indian accomplice, you're a bit far afield for the Pawnee, aren't you there, son?
I'll reach out my hand to the lady.
Hey, this ain't none of your concern, Injun. Why don't you keep on moving? Go on back inside, have another drink of fire water.
Herr Ritter informed us you were to apologize. Have you made your apologies?
Herr Ritter informed you, did he? Well, yeah, we have made our apologies, haven't we, Lily? And he gives her a little pinch. He's got her hand on one arm. It's like, haven't we, Lily? And she's like, she doesn't say anything. He's like, we were just bringing her back inside and you know, making sure that everything was right. I know this little girl doesn't want to quit, so we thought we'd come out here and talk to her.
Well,
Now, if you'll excuse us, we'll just bring her back inside. He begins to sort of frog march her in. The other two guys are sort of like very casually have their hands on their guns.
Right.
Why don't you allow us to escort her and you be on your way?
Be on your way now.
Well, he kind of pulls a pocket watch out of his waistcoat and says, well, I suppose I could be on my way, but it isn't quite dinner time yet, and I haven't finished my beer. So I think I'll be going back inside.
You could head back inside and finish your beer.
That's where the beer is.
I'm gonna sorry guys.
Here it comes.
Let me go ahead and apologize. Yeah, that's gonna be a rabbit punch.
Okay.
To mouthy guy. Because I don't like the way he's handling her. And I don't You're
just gonna give up, you're just gonna
right. No, it's a rabbit punch right to the kidney.
Ah, gotcha. All right, boom. All right. You got the jump on him. He's not expecting you to punch him. So go ahead. Roll a fighting check.
Okay.
Okay. 8, a 5, and a wait a second. Oh, okay. So the 8 was a 4. Then you roll a d6. Oh, another 6. Oh man, this may kill him. It may pop his kidney right onto the floor. So 12, 15. Is that? Did I got that right?
Yep. What's
15.
his parry?
His parry is 6. So 15. Yeah, is 8. Yeah, you got 2 raises on him. So Audi kind of goes over there and you're like, well, you guys should go in. And he's like, I'll go in when I'm ready, blah, 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 blah. The other guys have everything. And Audi just sort of steps up very casual like and just slams this guy in the kidney just as hard as it. And you see his eyes just do sort of like, you know, that kind of thing. Like it's a cartoon. He immediately lets go of the girl. Go ahead and do the damage.
Okay. So that's going to be a D8.
Okay.
I can't Benny it.
A damage roll? Can you not Benny it? I think you can, can't you?
No, not unless there's certain edges that you can take.
Oh, okay.
But that's going to be a total of 9. 9.
All right. Against his toughness, which is 8, which is pretty good. So you realize that he's wearing some sort of vest that he's got. I mean, it feels like almost like brigandine already. It's like a padded vest that he's wearing underneath that he had pulled that pocket watch out of it, but it's got some sort of thickness to it, so it dulls the thing over it. But he absolutely got hit. So in this case, he would be shaken. So he's going to get the shaking condition, which
you know what I'm going to do.
Mm-hmm.
I can't do it, so never mind. Yeah, but after I punch him real quick, I imagine he's letting go, and I will reach out to take the lady's hand to pull her to safety away from these guys.
Yeah.
All right. He gets an automatic shake, and you get, because of the 2 raises, you get a crit. So in this case, that doesn't make sense. Oh, blowback. So he gets shaken, but he staggers down and falls to his knees because of the pain in his kidneys. So he is technically prone.
Mm-hmm.
You grab her and begin moving her away.
Yeah, kind of like behind me.
Okay. Toss her back here kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. All
right. These guys are like, hey, and they begin to draw. So we should probably, I guess we don't roll initiative anymore, but they draw their guns.
Okay.
So
also, Ellie, at the minute she sees someone going for the gun, she's doing that. I have a question. I have a spell called mind reading.
Uh-huh.
What is that? I mean, it seems pretty self-explanatory. But how does that work?
Okay, so let me check real quick. Does it say how much it costs?
No.
Okay.
Each spell says, something, and then in parentheses it says, for instance, mind reading, it says candle, and then there's like an arrow heat. So
All
I'm
right,
not
so
sure.
all right, mind reading is a 3-point spell.
Uh-huh.
And it has a range of your smarts dice. Mind reading allows the character to read another's thoughts. This is an opposed roll with the target's smarts. A success allows the character to gain one truthful answer from the subject. The target is aware of the intrusion unless the mind reader gets a raise. So yeah, you can, if you want to burn the spell points, you can do mind reading. And if you beat their smarts, you get a truthful response or more than truthful response based on if you get a raise or not.
Well, it doesn't, they have to answer a question.
Yeah, basically they won't. I mean, it's cerebral. They won't answer it out loud, but you can basically ask me as the GM a question, and I will say, "This is the truth that you read out of their brain." It's not like Speak with Dead, where
Yeah,
you're like, "I
let's
have 3
no,
questions." Was that one of
yeah,
those questions?
okay,
No.
let's try to do that, because I want to know, I guess I want to know what their I mean, intentions is a weird way to phrase it, but
Okay.
how is she normally treated? How do they normally treat her? Like,
Okay.
if this is standard behavior, or if they're some kind of ne'er-do-wells showing up to molest her.
Gotcha. Okay.
So what do I do to do that? Do I have to? do
Well,
that
we're
on my
rolling.
phone?
We're rolling a quick initiative. These are some
Okay.
terrible rolls, by the way. And then Ellie, what's yours? Ooh, that's not a terrible. All right. So Ellie, you get the ace.
Okay, so I'll
I'm gonna
I
put
mean, it's
the ace
hard.
back here.
Well, I don't want to shoot first. I'm not Han Solo, so I want to do the mind reading.
Okay, so you're gonna use your, so we're in initiative right now.
Yeah.
Audi, you've got the initiative for you and Lily.
Okay.
Okay. So Ellie, you got the ace.
So
So
my
you're gonna do the mind reading.
spell.
You're gonna spend 3 points. So keep track of that.
Oh, right. Okay, so
And
I
then
did
you
four.
roll. It's an opposed
One.
smarts check. For you, it would probably be. Does it say? Hold on, I gotta check your thing here.
I have my spell casting says D8. So I
All
don't
right, so
know, is
that's the
that
one. Yeah, you would use that one.
okay?
And then
So
I
I
would
do
do an opposed smart check with my smart
D8, and then
based
do I
on
also do a D6?
yes.
Okay.
Okay. And then here is my smarts check. Okay. You did not. Oh, you did. You got a 7, so you get a raise. So you can ask your question, and then if you want to follow up with more information, you can do that because of the raise. So what is your question that you're trying? What are you searching this guy's brain for? And I'm assuming it's not the down guy, it's this guy here.
Right. I mean,
The
yeah, I
closest
mean,
one
I
to you.
guess whoever is like looking like he's the one in charge. I want to know.
Oh, it was definitely the guy who had her arm that would look like he was in charge. These guys look like general thugs. So you want to do him? He's well within your range.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Guess I want to know with him. And I guess, I mean, I want to know. I guess I want to know if there's some, if I want to know if they're like regulars and they regularly abuse her, or or if, I'm still worried about like this gang thing, right? I'm still suspicious. So I want to know if they're, if there's some kind of like they're holding these people hostage, right?
Gotcha. Okay.
With their like outlawish kind of behavior. I
Okay.
don't know.
So let me address that. And then what we'll do is we'll do 5 as part of your raise. I'll just throw it in there. We'll do 5 yes or no questions.
Oh my God.
Actually, you know what? Make it 10 yes or no questions,
Yeah.
which means you ask me a question, I answer yes or no, and that's it. You guys
Okay.
follow stuff. But in this case, yeah. So these guys are locals, and you get
Okay.
the vibe that they have done work, what they think of as work for Zeke Ritter before. But that work has been, in some cases, kidnapping people, bringing them in to Zeke, and they don't know what happens afterwards, although he pays them pretty well for it. In this case, they happen to be here, and usually Zeke, the vibe you get is that usually Zeke allows them to have drinks gratis because they sort of work for him on occasion. But yeah, they're local thugs that have made it a point to work for Zeke.
Okay.
You're not 100%. They're not. You get the vibe that they're not 100% sure why she's so special to him, but this kind of thing has not happened before.
Okay, so they're not allowed to abuse her.
No, and they haven't in the past.
Okay.
I mean, other than some various things, it's obvious that the reason she quit right now is because they've been fresh with her. But it's not like it hasn't escalated to at least in the Old West what would be considered abuse. She's just sick of their crap.
Right, right. But I mean, their intention at this moment was
their intention at this moment wasn't to harass her so much as to follow Zeke's orders.
To drag her back.
To bring her back, yeah.
Okay.
To bring her back inside.
Okay. Is there anything else I can ask?
Well, I've given you 10 yes or no questions.
10 yes or no questions.
I mean, if they're, I would want to know how bad they are.
Right. I guess I want to know, have they personally murdered people?
Yes.
Okay. Have they done it on Zeke's orders?
Yes.
Okay. Is it just the 3 of them?
No, it's the other 2 guys in the bar as well.
Okay. So it's 5 total.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's 4 questions.
Yeah, that's 4 questions. Do they operate out of the tavern here?
No, they don't.
They have like a base somewhere else?
No, they're not. I mean, all right, I'm going to go off yes or no here. They're not like a gang. They're more like a bunch of local guys that have sort of attached themselves to Zeke Star, right? He pays well, he treats them well, and so they do what he wants. But they're local guys. They're not like a gang of it's not like the James gang or anything like that. It's just a bunch of local idiots who have somehow found their way here, and now Zeke has sort of paid them in money and in kind to do what he wants.
Okay.
So I don't even know that you would call them Zeke's guys, other than they act like that in a way. They're sort of like random locals who get paid well to do what Zeke wants.
Okay. Does Jack work with them?
No.
Okay.
4 more.
Yeah. Can you think of anything else? Well, I'm mind reading this guy, so
Yeah, it's just what he knows.
and it's yes or no, so I can't say like how long has Lily worked there or anything like that.
He might know.
Well, but it's yes or no.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Is Lily related to Ritter?
No.
Okay. Is Lily, is she from like a local farm? Like, is she?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. 2 more.
In this part of Kansas, you got a lot of far-flung homesteads and things like that are in various places. When you talk about the range around this place, you're probably talking a couple of 100 square miles.
Right. Is it their impression that she is free to quit? Like she is free to leave?
No. Well, no, but not for the reasons that you're thinking. I mean, she normally would be, but if Ritter doesn't want it, then it doesn't happen.
Right. Okay. So he's
no.
Her hostage effectively. Are they also holding Jack? Is he also effectively holding Jack hostage as well?
No.
Okay, so that's 10.
He's not really holding her hostage. It's this is new.
Okay.
Is the vibe you get. She's an employee of Zeke's and has worked here a long time, but it's not a hostage. I mean, these people aren't under any sort of mind control or hostages or anything. Okay. But Zeke definitely did not want her to leave today.
Right.
Or certainly doesn't want her to quit.
Right.
Okay. All right. Okay. Those are your questions.
Yes.
Next up is the guy you were mind reading. Since you got a raise, he did not realize you were mind reading him, and he's going to back up, crawling across the room, across the dust against this wall. He's backing up to here and pulling at his pistol, although he just barely gets it out. He's not going to get a chance to shoot this time. So he's there. He's at the corner. He hasn't stood up yet, though. He's just sort of backing off. He's shaking. That's all he can do. Next up would be this guy. Pulls his pistol and points it at Audie. Clicks back the hammer and says, "You better give her back to us." But he doesn't fire. Audie, it's your turn.
All right. Did a quick survey, so I'm not Sioux, I'm Comanche.
Okay.
I'm going to take a quick glance and see what the two Native Americans are doing.
Watching.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't seem to be like they're getting involved, although they are talking with each other.
Okay.
But they're not approaching. They're just sort of staying off there. And you could tell that they're trying to sort of stay out of sight's too strong a word, but they're certainly not trying to make themselves obvious. They're out there. They're back over by the corral, but they're sort of like hiding in plain sight behind the corral kind of thing. They don't want to draw any attention.
Okay.
They do see that you have noticed them, though.
Okay. Well,
Remember, you've got Lily in your hand.
Yeah,
I mean, you've got her by the hand.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Pointing that pistol my way is also pointing it at her.
It is.
All right. So as a quick action, I'm going to basically drop my tomahawk
Okay.
and throw it.
You're gonna throw the tomahawk at him?
Yep.
Nice. Okay. All right. Well, he's very close, so it would just be a. I guess if you're throwing it, it'd still be a shooting skill, wouldn't it?
It is. Any ranged attack is under shoot.
Yep. All right. So you're throwing the tomahawk at the guy, just sort of flipping it upwards. Boom. Oh, look at that. Roll again.
God. Do they both explode?
Yep.
All right.
So that's going to be a 10 and an 11.
10 and 11. All right. So
we'll take the 11.
11. All right. Let me check. So his.
But wait, what about the 6 and 6? I see they're both.
Well, remember now, this isn't about parry. This is based on range. So,
oh yeah. So it would be a 4.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so close. You got 1 raise, but not 2. Wait.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's right.
That's
so 1 raise, not 2. So that is definitely a hit.
Okay. So
Jeez Louise. Okay.
And I'm rolling another D6. So that's going to be 15.
His toughness is 5, so you got 10. So that's a double raise on that. So he's going to take a wound. He's going to have a no vigor shaken. So the color of shaken, by the way, is yellow. And then the wound is red. So he takes that, and then he is going to. Since it's a double raise, you're going to get on the crit chart with. That would be a ranged weapon.
Yep.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Badly hacked ear. He gets another wound, and he's bleeding profusely. And he gets -2 on notice checks until he gets healed. But yeah, basically, you flipped it up there. It bounced off his face, sliced backward, and cut off his ear. Tomahawk and ear dropped to the ground. Hold on, all right. So in this case, I'm going to do an agility check to see if he holds onto his gun as his hand goes up to his ear. Yeah, he does hold on to his gun, but he's like got one hand on his ear. There's blood gushing out of it. He's like, my ear, it's gone. My ear's gone. And he looks down. There's my ear. That kind of thing. He's freaking out. So he's unhappy, but he's got 1 wound and he's shaken. Anything else, Audie?
No, I mean, like I said, still interposing myself between him and the lady.
Keeping your body between him and Lily. Okay, that's fine. All right. So diamonds, spades comes first. So it's this guy. He's gonna draw a gun, step over here, and fire at you, Audi. He's the loss of ear from his friend turned this into a shooting match.
I got you.
So he is going to fire his Colt. So his he's got a Colt. Shooting is D6. He's not great. 4 will hit. Yeah, 4 will hit.
Can I got to look on Benny's again.
I don't think you can block. Can you, Mel? You might be able to block a shot. Hold on.
Well, I'm hoping maybe I can make him roll that again. Playing the odds. I don't know.
It's possible. Hold on. Let me see. Damage, movement, combat. Benny's. Reroll a trait, recover from shaken, soak,
Nope.
draw a new card.
You can influence the story.
Okay. Do you want to force him to make a new roll?
No, I want to let's see how I can hold up with my toughness. This might just be a flesh wound.
Okay. It's 2d6 plus 1.
Okay.
So let me set that up. 2d6 plus 1. Boom. 9 points. What's your toughness?
My toughness is 6.
6. So we're still within 3. So you do a vigor roll to see if you take the shaking condition.
All right. So I have to do that. I have to spend a Benny.
Okay.
And then yeah, make it my.
Oh, are you just going to soak that damage?
I'm going to try.
Yep, you did. So no damage. No shaking. Bullet passes by your sleeve.
Yeah, it might have taken a little bit of skin with it, along with the buck skin that it took.
Yep.
Okay.
But it passes by. All right, that's him. Finally, Callan, you're up.
So Callan is late to the party, a little bit slow. He's actually he's got a pace -1.
Okay.
Right. So he's generally a slow guy, but once he gets momentum, he's okay. So he's not really much with a six shooter, but he's always been a strong dude. So he's going to bum rush this guy.
Okay.
He's going to try to.
You're just going to run into him?
Knock all 3 down if he can. Just like he's going to.
So you're rushing into that guy just like boom, and you're trying to like knock down the
bing,
pins?
bing, bing. If he can get them all, he will. He's just going to. He's gonna run in and push and knock them all down if he can.
All right. So that would probably be a fighting check.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a D4. So D4 and a D6 to back it up.
Ooh, want to spend a Benny?
Hmm?
Want to spend a Benny?
If you spend a Benny, you get to roll both those dice again.
Both again, yeah. So I had a Benny, and so I guess this would be my second Benny.
Okay.
All right. So D4. I mean, this is not a great attack for me. So it seems a shame to spend a Benny on something sort of fruitless.
Well, you could save it because
I was hoping to be more athletic about it and less fighting about it because I'm just using my body. I'm not using my fists.
Right. I could see you though, going to plow into him and, he's still pretty sturdy and you just kind of.
Absolutely. So I don't think I'll bother because fighting was not what I was planning. I was just planning to use my sheer strength and knock him over. So I'll just won't do it.
It's kind of like one of those Indiana Jones scenes.
I'll tell you what, if you're not planning on doing damage to the guy, you're just planning on pushing him over, go ahead and re-roll it with athletics as opposed to fighting.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to damage anybody.
Okay.
I'm not really a killer.
You're a lover, not a fighter.
Do you have since you're sort of you have a Bible and stuff, are you
Can you hit him with that?
You don't kill people? Yeah.
Wait a second. You might have still hit anyway. Him being shaken. And
Ooh,
he's clutching at
yes.
his ear.
He's clutching at his ear.
That's a good point. He's injured and shaken.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me check those. Yeah, that's a good point. I may have
Is he
screwed that up.
like an anathema or something where you don't
That's probably going to be like a
Shaken.
DM.
kill people?
He's
I
rattled and
have-
suffers effect. Hold on.
These are my like
Shaken effects.
Heroic. Right. I've got to be good. I press protect, and I shouldn't kill.
Yeah, you shouldn't kill. So you're not gonna pull your gun and start shooting.
I mean, again, it's just not my thing.
Right,
I'm
right.
not
It
good
just
at
says he has. It doesn't say he has any additional points off on attacks. It just says he has to make a vigor check on the beginning of his thing.
Right. But
He says
you
he can't.
he's kind of in shock. I mean, you could interpret it. It's kind of, and if you say no, then it's no. But this guy's ear has just been
Yeah, you did
removed.
chop off his ear. So I'll tell you what. Re-roll it to to make it fair. Go ahead and re-roll with your athletics check. You're not
That's
trying to
fine, and
punch
I'm
him.
not trying to damage. I
Yeah,
don't
it's not a
expect-
fight. You're just trying to shove him out
I
of the way.
fully expect to get hurt doing this, by the way.
Okay.
All right. That was more my attitude. So there's a D10. It's not meant to be.
Oh, roll again.
Okay.
7. So okay, that will hit him. And that will push him. I'm gonna make an agility check on his part. Let's see, what is edge for him? It is D6. All right, so let me do an edge check just to see what happens. Yeah, he stays on his feet, but he backs up. He doesn't knock over, but he does get thrown backwards into that guy, which is going to put that guy at a little bit of disadvantage on the next shot. So yeah, he is kind of like thrown this way into that guy. Sound good?
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right, that's it. And then I think that was you. So that was Callan. So we re-deal. All right. I'm gonna go Audi, Jack of Diamonds. Ellie, 9 of Spades. Callan, 6 of Clubs. Queen for him. 5 for him. Oops. Three hearts. Where did that go? 2 of hearts for him because he just got God. Okay. This puts, all right, so he's done. Let me make a quick vigor roll for him. Hold on a sec. We'll do it this way. Ooh, so he did not. So he continues to be shaken. So he kind of crawls around the corner and goes up this way. He stands up and he's upright. So he's escaping, I guess is for lack of a better term. And now it is Audi.
Okay. So the guy that just shot.
That's this guy here.
Yeah, the one that's closest to the wall.
Yeah, keep in mind you don't have your tomahawk anymore.
No, I don't. But boom. Charging up there.
Okay.
I'm gonna use my fighting.
Oh, sorry, I was looking for the 6, but it was an 8, so.
Okay, so
So
that's a 6 to hit him.
Okay, that will well, what are you hitting him with? Just like your fists?
Yeah.
All right, so his parry is 4. That's a hit.
Okay. I want to say I think a fist is like your strength.
I have strength plus D4.
Okay. 3 plus
1.
That's a characteristic roll because it's strength.
Oh, that's right. You get the extra thing. So 7.
Yes.
Against
his
toughness, which is 5. That's a hit. So in this case, he is shaken and injured. That would do another shake, which is another injury. So that's his second injury as you punch him. He staggers backwards into this guy who's wheeling his gun around to shoot at you. Stop hitting my friend and give him back his ear.
Well, no, the guy that had shot was the one I was actually.
Oh, I thought, okay. Oh, right. So that would be a potential shake, and he gets a vigor roll out of that to try and deny it. Oh, and he denied it. So you punched him, but he rejected that punch. He just, you punched him and he was like, came right back.
But I'm hoping that I did it in a way as I'm reaching forward. His buddy is right here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're sort of like, you're trying to keep the gun away from you?
Yeah.
Okay.
In close quarters.
Gotcha. All right. Yeah, he's the gun. Yeah, he's gonna have to probably move back to do the gun, but some things will happen. Lily begins moving over here by this cart, and it is Ellie's turn.
Okay, so I'm gonna shoot at the guy who's closest. If I need to, I can take a step over. Can I take a step and then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you gonna shoot at the wounded guy or
Yeah,
the guy that Audie just punched?
I think the wounded guy. I think
Okay.
we wanna
Gonna try and finish him off.
Yeah, eliminate the threats.
All right, take your shot.
Shooting is D8.
I'd buy a ticket to watch this movie.
And oh, that's terrible. That one, can I use a Benny to re-roll that? That's
Absolutely.
terrible. Okay, so then
You can roll both. You roll the D8 and the D6.
Mhm.
All right, so then that means I'll have one. Is it like inspiration or hero points? So
Kind of like a hero point. Yeah.
If you played multiple times, it would be you would get one like each time or no?
Well, sometimes you would get, they would reset at each like sort of day. Or you could earn more. You could have up to 3. So a 3 and a 4. The 4 will hit. Yeah, he's hovering his ear. He's got nothing going on. So that is a hit.
You earn them kind of like you earn inspiration doing heroic things,
Mm-hmm.
doing plot things that the group or the game master enjoys. That's how you earn bennies.
Okay. So D6 plus 1, so 8.
8 points. All right. So his toughness is 5, so that's 3 more. So that would be another shaken. He's already shaken, so that's going to be another wound.
Okay.
So he's got 2 wounds. The third one will put him down, but yeah, he takes a bullet.
Okay.
All right, that's it for Ellie. It's his turn. He's shaken. He is going to try and exit. He's running this way, out to this, towards the corral.
Okay, he's going to be at severe negatives if he's taken 2 or 3 wounds.
Yeah. Oh, so yeah, he's not going to be able to move far. He's staggering away.
Oh, you don't want to kill him. You're not sure.
I'm not sure.
All right. Then it's
If he runs away, are there opportunity attacks? Like if he runs away from Audie, does he get a?
Audie could potentially punch him, but I mean, Audie, do you have anything? I mean, you don't have your tomahawk. If you had your tomahawk, I would say you could clock him. But
the only thing that I would do, as I see him start to try and move away, I'm going to grab him and try and hold him in place.
You try and grab him?
Sure.
All right. This is going to be an opposed your strength versus his vigor or his parry, probably.
Well, I don't know that you actually use that. It's more like a grappling thing, which I believe is strength against strength.
Strength against strength. All right, cool.
So
couldn't hold him. I got a 5. You got a 4. Oh.
So I've got 5 total. Well, no, 4.
No.
4. Yeah.
You got any Benny left you want to use or no?
Yeah, I do, but
you don't want to use it on this paltry turd?
Yeah, I'll use it.
All right.
All right.
You held him. Go ahead and roll this. Ooh, here we go. Oh no! Oh, so that's 18-21 against his 5. That is, you may accidentally kill him.
I've got a shield.
You've got him. Yeah, you've got him. I mean, you've got him up. His ears bleeding. His hands are down. He's dropped his gun is still in holster. He never drew it. You've got a shield. You could move him to where you want. You're also I mean, you're just grabbing him, right? I mean, you're not
Yeah.
punching him. Okay.
No.
So yeah, you could move him, or you could not only could you move him with that kind of score, you could throw him.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll sling him into his buddy.
You're gonna throw him into his buddy?
You know what? I'll tell you what. I'm gonna pull his gun,
Okay.
and I've got him right here in front of me.
Okay. You're just
So-
gonna hold his gun. You got a gun, and then you're gonna hold him up like
I've got a
using
gun.
human shield.
Yeah, I've got a gun.
Okay. Perfect. All right. So all right, that's his turn. And then Callan, you're the 5 of clubs, and then this other guy, the shooter, is the 2 of hearts.
Audie's got a gun. Audie's got a gun.
All right, Callan, what are you gonna do? You just saw Audie, that guy you pushed. Audie just grabbed him, took the gun out of his thing, and is like holding him as like a shield against the other guy with his pistol.
Right, so he's kind of grappled this guy.
Yeah, this guy is.
Ugh. I want to make him feel guilty. I mean, I'm sorry, but
That's your
I'm a
pathfinder.
blessed. Yeah, exactly. I'm a blessed person.
Can you
Blessed.
taunt or can you intimidate or
I
is
don't
that,
know.
it's not really guilty exactly, but
So I will cast a, use a power,
Okay.
empathy.
All right. Against whom?
I think actually this guy's I see as pretty far gone. Like I'm sort of not.
He's grievously wounded, and Audie's just stole his gun, and
I'm concerned about this guy back here.
he's got a gun out.
Yeah, I'm going to use empathy on him.
Okay.
I have written notes about it. Empathy. The caster forms an emotional bond between himself and the target with a successful arcane skill versus spirit roll.
Okay.
So I need to do an arcane.
And I need to find out what his spirit roll is.
Where's
D6.
arcane?
Okay.
arcane it must be a skill in your
Is
skills.
it spirit?
Did you have an arcane?
It would probably be spirit for you as well.
Maybe.
Do you have it? I don't think you have
Spell-
actually arcane. Oh, arcane background. Yeah, hold on. No, it would be faith probably. No,
Will it be faith?
no, it would be spirit.
I have a D4 in faith, but I have a D6 in spirit.
Yeah, I think it would be spirit.
All right, I will try to use my spirit. D6.
And remember to roll your wire card. Oh, keep going.
Ooh,
Okay. And
All
then my
right.
Card.
And now your wild card.
Okay.
Okay. Ooh. Oh, I beat you. It did not work. At first, you were like, please, son, this is not the way of the Lord. And he looks at you and he was like, shakes it off. He's like, it is too. And continues to do it. It did not work.
All right.
He's a reprobate.
yes.
I still can move, right?
Yep.
So I can I move like to there and go past to here?
Sure.
I want to confront this guy physically,
Okay.
right? So that's where I want to end up.
Gotcha. Okay. Now it's his turn. Now
There's no flanking. There's no flanking in this.
No. So he's going to back up against the wall and he's going to decide who he wants to shoot. He wants to shoot Audi, but now you're coming around and trying to get in his brain with all this Jeebus talk, and so he's going to decide. So I'm going to go high low. High is Audi, low is Callan. Low Callan. So he whirls his gun around you and fires. 1 second.
I am blessed. I can't be hurt.
Really?
No, that's just my belief.
Oh.
All right, shoot D6. Here we go.
I've already
Ooh,
finished it.
that's a miss. Actually, he's going to spend his Benny to try and shoot again.
Sure.
Ooh, 9. What's your well, it's just it goes to your hit. So he did shoot you.
Toughness 7.
So D6 is, did he go? Yeah, he got a raise on that too. So he gets an extra die of damage.
This might hurt.
This could hurt you. 14 points. What is your toughness?
7.
7. All right. So it's not quite 2 raises, but 1 raise. I need you. So you get a wound.
Yep.
And I need you to make a vigor check to see if you're shaken as well.
D10.
Wow.
Keep going.
Oh, right.
18. That's
I'm vigorous.
3.5 raises.
So he'd get a wound, but he's not shaking.
He's not shaken, but I'm thinking with that many raises, it probably wouldn't. It would probably preclude his wound too. I think I'm going to take that wound away from you. You got shot, but you don't care.
The
Got the
faith
power of the Lord behind you.
is your armor.
That's
Like I said, I'm deluded. I think I cannot be hurt, and it's got a lot of power.
I like it.
it's true.
I like
You
it.
might be right.
I'm strong in faith.
I
All
like
right.
it.
Next round. Here's Audi, 6 of spades. Ellie, 9 of clubs.
I like the initiative system.
That's interesting.
Callan, 8 of clubs. He doesn't do. He's running the gunman, 5 of hearts, and the wounded guy, 10 of spades. So he's going to go first. He's going to try and extract himself from you, but he's at -4 on his strength. D6. Yeah, there's no way he can get out of there, even if, well, no, that's not true. Hold on. Because we can do the thing. So you're holding on to him with a 6. Let me roll mine. It's a 2. Yeah, he's going nowhere. He tries, it wriggles a little bit, bleeds a little bit from his ear hole, and but doesn't go anywhere. So he's done. Next up is 9 of clubs. That's Ellie.
Oh, that's me.
So Callan is just running up towards a shooting guy, and apparently it's like in Pulp Fiction where that guy shoots at those guys, and the bullets go everywhere but into them.
Are we murder hobos? Like we're gonna kill these guys? Is that the plan, or do we want to
not really? I
them
mean, you
away?
found yourself in situations that sort of beyond your control.
We were just trying to help the lady out, but you read their thoughts, and evidently
I
these
know,
guys
they're
are evil.
bad. They're bad people. Okay, I took a step right so that I hopefully he doesn't have cover behind his wounded friend. And
Yep.
I'm gonna shoot after this guy.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. So that's shooting is a D8. Oh,
But
you also have-
terrible.
Ooh, that was very close to a fail. Are you? Do you still have any bennies, or are you all out?
I have one left, but I don't really want to be shaken if I am injured. So maybe that's the wrong way to think about it. Maybe I should.
No, no, I think that's actually pretty smart. I mean,
Although he hasn't been injured yet, and if we're gonna kill him, all right, I'll use my last Benny and I'll reroll because
Okay.
Otherwise we're not gonna.
you can always try and save them for a rainy day, or you can smoke them while you got them.
That's a
Yeah,
good point.
yeah, that's right. There we go. That's what I'll do. Okay, so let's try again. 8.
Yep.
5 and 3. 5 is a hit. So that bullet hit him. Now it's time for damage. There's no raises on it, so it's straight up damage. What did you roll?
So 2d6 plus 1. So
All right, his toughness is 5.
7 plus 1 is 8.
8 points. So that's 3. So that would shake him. But because it's just that, I get to make a vigor check.
Okay.
Ooh, and I made it. So it does
Okay.
not shake him. So the bullet passes through his coat,
Okay.
leaving a moth-like hole, but does not injure him.
Okay.
All right. So that is Ellie. Next up is Callan.
All right.
Oh, sorry. No, it's what's your phone. Yeah.
All right. I did spend my points last time.
Spending some points.
I want to intimidate this guy.
Okay.
Is there an effective intimidation if I'm successful?
Yeah, basically you just scare him. And so you got a D6 here. I don't know. Is it opposed maybe by a spirit check? I think it probably
it can be.
I
It
think,
can
yeah,
be.
intimidate is opposed by spirit. So I would roll a spirit check. You would roll your intimidate, and whoever wins, wins.
Okay.
And does that make him, like, does it have any, like, he's easier to hit or he's,
He would probably just run off when his turn comes around.
oh,
I'm for that. So I'll try to intimidate him. My intimidation is D6.
And my spirit is D6.
That's fine.
Ooh, I got a 5. And you got a 3. That intimidate didn't work. Ooh, I forgot about the wild card, but yeah, that didn't work either. So yeah, you're like, the power of the Lord compels you to leave. And he's like, I'm not leaving.
Now make me slap you with my Bible. Okay, I'm done.
All right, so that didn't work. He's pretty staunch. He's like, no out of towner with the Bible's going to tell me what to do. And now it's Audie's turn. So Audie, you have a gun and a dude
Yep.
in your hands.
a gun and a dude.
I'm living my best life. All right, so I got a 6 and a 1. So the 6 explodes. So that's going to be a total of 7 to shoot him.
That's a hit.
All right, not enough for a raise, but
Not quite, but that'll hit.
what's the damage on his pistol?
His pistol, that is a Colt. It is 2d6 plus 1.
Okay. So
7
points.
points. So his toughness is 5, so it's above that. He gets a vigor check to see if he can beat the shaken. Ooh, he did not. So he is shaken. Between Callan yelling at him in religion and you shooting him and killing his friend, so he is now shaken. And it's his turn. Are you going to do anything with your human shield or no?
Yeah, I'm gonna shove him right in his face, let him get some good blood all over him.
You're going to throw him at him. Okay.
No, I mean I'm still holding on to him.
Oh, you're just like keeping him up, like in
Yeah,
the way.
we're close enough, but I want him to get some of that blood on his clothes and on his arms and
All
stuff.
right. Well, it's his turn. Let me make a quick vigor check just to see what it's to inform. Oh, yeah. All right. He backs up and takes off. Callan, if you want to try and stop him, I'll give you that opportunity because he's going to run right by you and he's going to run up the alleyway the same way his friend ran.
Can I try to trip him?
You can try to trip him. Absolutely. That would be a athletics check. Three. That is a miss. So you missed the trip, but so he goes around the corner and up the alley following his friend. All right. So we're at the end of this round. You guys have that guy who's grievously injured. All of the other 3 thugs have, or well, 2 of the other 2 thugs have taken off running. They've gone around the building and they're headed out. This guy that you have in your hands is essentially grappled and grievously injured and at least partially earless. So he's not having it. So I guess my question for you guys is, do you want to go to the alley and shoot at those guys? Or do you want to take Lily back inside and figure out what's going on there?
So I want to talk to Lily. I don't think we should take her inside.
I agree.
Okay. Okay.
This guy, I don't know if we can sort of tie him up and.
He's in no real shape to resist.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just gonna shove him down. Let him.
Okay, just throw him down on the ground.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'll scoop up the tomahawk and hand it to Audie so that he doesn't,
Thank you.
Gotcha. All right. So you've got your hawk.
I'm gonna tuck his pistol into my belt, and then put my tomahawk where it usually goes.
Gotcha. What do you? So Ellie, you run over to Lily. What do you ask her?
Well, I want to ask her if this has happened before, if she feels safe here, and then say, I don't think you're safe here. Okay.
So she's like, I never had any problems other than these cowboys until lately. And she says something very odd. She says, lately, Mr. Ritter has been touching my skin.
So I will repeat, I don't think you're safe here. Do you know what he does in the basement?
Oh no, we're not allowed in the basement.
Do you know what these thugs do for him?
Well, I know that they work for him sometimes. I don't know what. A lot of that takes place when I'm not here.
I think, do you have a horse?
I have a horse.
I think you should take your horse immediately, go straight home, go straight back to your family, and do not return here until we deal with Ritter.
All right. She says, okay, I'll do it. You've protected me from these guys. I trust you. And she sort of runs off towards the thing. Now, as she towards the corral. Now, as she starts heading to the corral, it makes sense for her to go there because that's probably where her horse is. On the other hand, those two Pawnee on the other side of the corral have sort of come around. They're not really approaching her, but they're sort of approaching closer to the building.
So I would sort of follow her, not like be on top of her exactly, but be near enough that if there were a problem,
You're going to escort her towards the corral.
right, we could intervene. But like
Gotcha.
putting myself between her and the two Pawnee and to make sure that they don't bear her any ill intent.
They seem so it's odd. At first you're a little worried about the Pawnee, but they seem to be going in an opposite like direction. Instead of going towards you and Lily, they seem to be deliberately going away from you guys in sort of a roundabout manner, more towards the door of the house of the inn. On the other hand, as you look over to the older door house, two more gunmen have come outside.
Okay. So yeah, can we also, is it possible as we make sure that she's safely away on her horse that we can turn, am I close enough to say to the two Indians there that ask them how this seems to be a place with some evil doings, and see what they respond.
Okay, you just say there's evil here. You just yell out to them, go away.
Well, I wouldn't say go away because maybe they'll be like, yes, we know, we've come to deal with it. They might be allies. I'm kind of trying to suss out if they might be allies, I guess.
Did you say Audie, did you say you're a Comanche?
I am. The people.
Okay. I'm using a little AI here. Can Comanche communicate with Pawnee? I think they probably speak different languages, spoke entirely different language from unrelated language families. Okay.
The one thing that we have in our favor is we both of these tribes pass through the Wyoming territory. So probably I've picked up maybe enough English. Maybe they've picked up enough English.
Be a smarts check. Yeah.
Yeah. That
okay, but they're not close enough to talk to yet. They're sort of making a whining. Now there's two gunmen, two other guys. Those other guys that were at the bar have now come out and are looking at you guys, and they have their guns drawn. However, it is almost 1 o'clock in the AM for you guys in Eastern time. So we had talked earlier about maybe doing a second session of this.
Yep.
I don't want to keep you guys up all night on a Friday. It's getting late. What do you think? What do you guys think about stopping here? And then we'll resume this at some point to be named later.
That sounds good.
You guys be up for that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. What I'll do is I'll look for some dates, Fridays, maybe see what we've got available, and I'll propose some to you guys.
Absolutely. That'd be great.
Awesome.
And Gwen, Tom, I totally enjoyed gaming with y'all.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm sorry, like the whole thing is like, what am I supposed to be doing here? But
no.
It is cool.
We're learning a new game here.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And it's interesting. It's like the card's really great for the, and it also interesting how the sort of order changes every round. So you just don't know. That's cool. That's very cool.
I used to play a World War II skirmish miniatures game called Battleground World War II, and one of the it was fantastic, probably the best skirmish miniatures game historical game I've played, rule set, and they would you would divide everything up into units, and each unit would have its own card, and so at the beginning of every round of combat, you would literally shuffle the cards and just put them in and draw them one by one, and you have some of the most craziest things happen because somebody would get like 2 in a row. They go last and then they go first, and suddenly you're getting two shots, it threw a real wrench in the monkey wrench. I think it's a much better mechanic than just rolling for initiative and keeping that initiative
Right.
set up every time. I used to do that when I would run games like that. I would use the cards, and I used to make them up and type pictures of the units on the front and all that kind of stuff.
It makes it a little harder to plan ahead, but it's much more unpredictable and interesting how it goes.
When I was at Adepticon, I played a game called Chain of Command. Have you ever played that, Brian? Fantastic game. And so I bought the rules, and of course I bought the rules, and then 2 weeks later they came out with a second edition, so I got to buy those too.
Always.
Of course. But they have this thing where at the very beginning of your round, of like the turn for everybody, you roll command dice, and based on what those dice are, and I'll be the first to admit, I didn't 100% understand how that worked, but luckily I had some experienced players on my team. But based on the dice you roll and the combinations of the dice, you can only move or activate certain elements of your teams. So you have to make, like, based on your dice roll at the very beginning of the turn, you have to make decisions as to who's going to go, and who's going to activate, and can I combine these things. It's really an interesting mechanic, and really is cool. I really thought it was really excellent.
Well, this entire game system originally started out as a miniatures game.
What Savage Worlds did?
Yes, it
No
started
kidding.
out. The Great Rail Wars was the name of it, and
Okay.
it was a miniatures game designed for Deadlands, the setting.
No
And
kidding.
it did so well that what they did was they said, you know what, this is so much easier than the Deadlands system they originally came out with, and so they came out with Savage Worlds. And I think it really says something about the fact that this thing is like, we're looking at over 20 years old,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and it's still going strong.
Mm-hmm.
You can play a miniatures game with it very easily.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
It's not, the mechanics are not complicated.
no, they're not at all, and it's a lot of fun, and just the variety of settings and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't have much of a learning curve. It has just enough to where it takes a little bit of figuring out. And but once you do, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah. It's good.
All right. Well, thank you guys for playing.
Thanks
I will
for
get back.
running.
No, my pleasure.
Thanks,
This
Brad.
is great. We'll finish this up the next time we play. I will get back to you guys with some dates that work, and we will in the meantime have a great weekend.
You also, sir.
Thank you.
Tom and Gwen, we'll talk on Sunday, or is that still good?
Yes, what time? Because the thing is at 12, but what are we meeting ahead of time? Because it feels like, I found like a couple errors, like people have put in the wrong numbers don't match the time slot. Like there's some
I have
problem.
Hard to do It's hard to do the buying everything for everybody thing yet.
Oh, so the Gen Con thing goes off at 11:30 your time.
Right.
10:30 my time. And then we'll sort out whatever we need to sort out, and that way we'll all be ready with our wish lists and everything when noon hits. Then we'll press the button. I think we should probably do some wagering as to who gets in line. I think this isn't going to be your year. I think you're going to be in last.
Yeah. But is that enough time? Like, does that leave like a half an hour?
Well, everybody is supposedly. I sent out instructions. I sent out all this stuff. Everybody should have their shit together by Sunday. So, we got a half an hour. That should be. I think it should be enough to get everybody sorted.
Okay.
I hope it will be. If not, it's not the end of the world.
Okay. All right. Okay.
We'll get it right. And then the rest, then we're going to talk about Barb with a Clue at 4:30 that day.
On Sunday, yes.
Yeah. So, Brian, Tom and Gwen, we've been working for now a couple of years on an adventure actually an adventure series that Tom and Gwen are working on, and are largely done with. So we're wrapping up. We're getting into desktop publishing. They've written an adventure. It's fantastic.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, if you need test players, let me know.
We might.
Thank
I
you.
know they've run a couple of play tests, but we're very close to having something published. So
That's
and
wonderful.
Tom, I acquired a comb binder.
Nice.
See?
My office went out of business. They closed down the office. They said, come in and get stuff out of the office. If you want anything from the office, take it. You can get your monitors, that kind of stuff. And they were like, and anything else that you want, take. And I said, well, I brought cash. I'll buy some stuff. I wanted to get some glassware from the bar and stuff like that. They're like, no. If it's not If it doesn't have a sticky on it that somebody has already claimed it,
Hmm.
take it.
Nice.
I got a comb binder and a shitload of combs and a bunch of these black binder covers. So we're gonna bind the shit out of stuff. And I also got a new monitor for my work computer. Can you see that thing over
I
there?
do.
Wow.
It's
Nice.
a 43-inch monitor.
Nice.
Wow.
It's at work. I'm like, now I'm looking up in the sky because the monitor's too big. It's fantastic.
Right, you need to sit back from it so that you can like see the whole panorama.
It's insane. It barely sits on my desk.
Yeah.
I love it. I they're never getting it back. I'm worried that they're going to call me and say, "Did you take that 43-inch monitor? You better give that back." I'll be like, I don't know what you guys are talking about because I can't give it back. All right. Anyway, I will let you guys get to it. Have a great weekend. Tom and Gwen, I'll see you guys Sunday.
Yes.
Brian, have a fantastic weekend. I'll send pics out of tomorrow's Scottish games
Yeah.
for everybody to enjoy, and I will let you know what haggis tastes like.
Yes.
All right.
The haggis.
I'm sure it's going to be repugnant, but
Memorable.
you can't go to the St. Louis game. You can't go to the Scottish games and not eat a little bit of haggis. So
You got to try it.
Gotta try it. I got it.
Gotta try it.
Yep.
All right. You guys have a good one. We will talk soon.
All right.
Thanks, Les.
Thanks again, you guys.
Good night.
A lot of fun.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Bye.